Morning, everybody. Can you hear okay at the back? Is that right? Good. Welcome to the meeting, particularly if people haven't been before. Session really is to set the scene about LAM and just talk a little bit about the disease, a little bit about the treatments, just as a bit of some context and a bit of an overview. I mean, most of you probably know most of this stuff already. I'm going to go through fairly briskly. If you have questions, perhaps you can either ask as I go along. Well, I think we need to stop in just over 20 minutes or so, so we'll see how far we get with this. So what I'm really going to talk about is what LAM is as a disease, how LAM affects the lungs, the lymphatic tissue and the kidneys, which are the main areas that the disease will affect, what the symptoms of LAM can be, how the disease might progress, how we should look after people with LAM, and touch on what treatments are available. So the first thing they come is, I say lymphangioliomyomatosis, and they all go, we can say it, which is sort of really most of what you need to be an expert on LAM, to say it without hesitation. But the whole, why is it such a long word, really? It just really means that a disease which affects the lymphatic tissue, the lymphatic vessels, which is the angio part, and it affects the lymphatic vessels, but also in some cases blood vessels, the small vessels in the lungs. And lyomyo, a bit in the middle, it refers to the fact that it's the cells that are abnormal in LAM and invade the lungs look like smooth muscle type cells. So that ends up as lymphangioliomyomatosis. There's two other sort of bits of terminology that you sort of should be aware of. There's two forms of LAM. There's a thing called sporadic LAM, which is a form that most people that we see at the LAM Centre tend to have, and I think the form that most people here today have, where LAM just occurs on its own as an isolated disease. LAM's also really quite common in patients with another disease, tuberous sclerosis complex, or TSC. TSC is a genetic disease that affects multiple organs, but there's a very high prevalence of LAM in women who have tuberous sclerosis. Tuberous sclerosis is another relatively rare disease. It's more common than LAM. So there's TSC LAM, but I think most, if not all, people with LAM today have the sporadic form. The important difference between the sporadic form and tuberous sclerosis are that the sporadic form isn't a disease that you can inherit or pass down through the family. It's not a sort of genetic disease that you can pass on. So LAM is a pretty rare disease, as you no doubt know. About between 5 and perhaps 10 per million women, not the whole population, but just women, will have the sporadic form of LAM, and it is almost exclusively women that get LAM. As I said, in tuberous sclerosis, it's actually LAM's actually quite common. If you look by doing CT scans in adult women with tuberous sclerosis, at 20, about 10% of them have lung cysts consistent with LAM. By about 40 years of age, the great majority, about 80% of women with tuberous sclerosis will have lung cysts consistent with LAM. What's interesting is lots of those women don't develop symptoms, and of course there are probably women with the sporadic form of LAM that don't know they've got it. It's just we see in tuberous sclerosis, because we screen people, that LAM can be an asymptomatic problem. So LAM's one of the most sort of female restricted diseases there is, much more so than, say, breast cancer, which affects 1 in 100 cases of breast cancer in men. But LAM's much more female specific. It's very unusual for men to get LAM. And we think that's probably because of the exposure to the female hormone estrogen. Because men can get lung cysts, men with tuberous sclerosis, for example, can get lung cysts, but they don't seem to progress in the same way they might do in women, and men don't seem to become ill if they have this problem. And we think this is because the cells that cause LAM respond to estrogen, the female hormone. If you grow these cells in the lab and you put estrogen on them, they grow more quickly, and in model systems they spread around the body more quickly if there's estrogen around. So we think that estrogen is bad for LAM. So the advice to women with LAM is to try and avoid excess estrogen. So we suggest that people shouldn't take estrogen-containing medicines, and that's mostly the contraceptive pill with estrogen in, the combined pill, or hormone replacement after the menopause. It also means that during pregnancy, when your hormones change, the disease can become more active. And the other side of that coin is when your natural estrogen falls after the menopause, then the disease can slow down. So LAM's an unusual type of disease. And what happens in the lungs and the lymphatic tissue of women with LAM is that an abnormal type of cell called LAM cells build up in the lungs and in the lymphatic tissue. And these LAM cells, they don't stop growing like normal cells. Normal cells in the body, when they're there and they're performing their function, they stop dividing. They just sit there doing what they're supposed to do. LAM cells don't seem to have that break, that check on their growth, and they keep growing and they get in the way, and they cause various problems and damage the structure of the lungs. And so that really manifests itself by damage to the lung tissue with forming air cysts, and these cysts can leak, causing pneumothorax. The cells can block lymphatics, causing build-up of lymphatic fluid or chyle, either in the chest or in the abdomen. And this combination of things, lung damage, pneumothorax, chylous effusions, can lead to the symptoms of LAM, particularly breathlessness. So most women get diagnosed with LAM after they've had a CT scan. So this is a CT of a woman with LAM. So just to orient you, the person's lying on the scanner table, which is at the bottom of the picture here. That's the backbone. This is the heart here. So this is what we're looking at here is a cross-section of the person's chest at about that height, end on. Okay, so the big grey areas are the lungs. This sort of grey colour, that's normal lung tissue. The little white things are blood vessels, that's normal. What I've highlighted by these arrows are these round black areas, and these are lung cysts where the normal lung tissue has been damaged and an air space has formed. And this is characteristically what LAM looks like on the CT scan. So once somebody sees a scan like that, often there's sort of penny drops that it might be LAM. It might be various other diseases, we'll talk about that later, but it's usually LAM. So the LAM cells build up in the lungs and the lymphatics. This is a picture of normal lung tissue. So this sort of sponge-like structure is a normal alveoli, and if you look at what's going on here, they're beautifully designed that the air in the air spaces, which would be in this part of the little cartoon here, can diffuse really easily into the blood vessels and get round the body. If you have LAM, and this person has LAM, you can see there's a few normal-looking alveoli in part of the picture, but what you also see are these proliferations of cells here, which is stained brown. This is a stain for an antibody that stains LAM cells. And so you've got this abnormal proliferation of cells here, and then you've got this big air space which next to them, which is the beginnings of a lung cyst. And so this change in the lung architecture causes the symptoms of breathlessness and reduction in oxygen diffusion that happens in LAM. So what problems does LAM cause? This pie chart represents the number of people whose first symptom is either pneumothorax in this colour here, breathlessness in this probable blue or purple colour. Sorry, I just realised I'm colourblind. I can't remember what colours these are. Anyway, and there's a little key at the bottom anyway. So the colour we'll call blue is breathlessness, and this sort of whatever it is, that's pneumothorax. So most patients, when you look back in the previous literature, either had pneumothorax or they presented with breathlessness. A very small number, and this is definitely black, isn't it? A very small number of patients had other presentations, abdominal problems and that sort of thing. If you move forward to about 2010, when a big registry of patients with LAM was produced in the States, the first thing you notice, the average age of the patient presentation, which was 35, has gone up a bit. So, what this means is we're recognising that LAM isn't just a disease of really very young women. It does affect older people too, and more people are being diagnosed with other things, usually in response to being found fortuitously if they have other problems. And then this is the latest data, certainly that I have. This is all the people that we see at the LAM Centre in Nottingham, and you can see the age of presentation has gone up again, and actually more people are being diagnosed in the sort of non-classical ways, really. So the sort of what we understand of the disease is evolving. If you look in the old books, it's just young women, everybody has a pneumothorax, and that's still true, but actually we're identifying many older people with less obvious symptoms nowadays. So this is a pneumothorax. This is an X-ray that shows a right-sided pneumothorax, actually on the left side of the X-ray. A pneumothorax occurs when the little lung cysts I showed you on the CT scan leak air outside the lung, and the lung collapses down. And this can be really quite difficult to treat in LAM, as I'm sure a lot of you have found out. So this little cartoon is of the chest, and this is the right lung on the left again. So what happens is a little cyst leaks, air escapes out around the lung, and the lung collapses down from the chest wall. And you can see this little thing here is the whole of the right lung, which is collapsed down away from the chest wall. And so the treatment for this, as you may know, is to remove the air from this space here. So put a tube in between the lung and the chest wall and drain the air out through an underwater seal drain normally. Some patients need surgery to fix this definitively. The other complication in the chest that people sometimes get is, as I've said, that LAM cells can block the lymphatics. Now, the lymphatics are little channels that run next to blood vessels, and they absorb fluid back from your tissue, and if you eat, when you have a fatty meal, the fat's absorbed into lymphatics rather than blood mostly. And so this lymphatic fluid can flow through the lymphatic channels, and these can get blocked by LAM. And this can happen in the lung or in the abdomen or pelvis. And the lymphatic fluid sometimes can build up around the lung. This isn't the best cartoon ever. And it can squash the lung up. And you can see this little bit at the bottom of the lung here is actually fluid around the lung. So this is a chylous effusion. And these will occur in about 20% of women with LAM. LAM doesn't just affect the lungs. There are lymphatics throughout your body, and really it's the lymphatics in the middle of the chest, middle of the abdomen and the pelvis that are particularly involved by LAM. And about 2/3 of people, if you look hard enough by CT scan, will have enlarged lymphatics somewhere. Usually these are small and don't cause any symptoms at all. Occasionally, maybe 2 out of every 10 women, about 20%, will have larger lymphatic masses. And this scan here is another CT scan, but we're at the level of the pelvis now. These are the hip joints. Here, this is the bladder, and this is an enlarged lymphatic here. This is quite large, and this is pressing on the bladder a little bit, and this can sometimes cause urinary symptoms. These are reasonably unusual, but I'm showing you a picture of a dramatic one, so it's easy to see, just for illustration purposes. The other non-lung complication, which is quite common, is something called an angiomyolipoma. So these are benign tumours. They usually affect the kidneys. This is a CT scan of the abdomen now. This is the kidney here, and this little blob on the side of it, highlighted by the arrow, is an angiomyolipoma. It's a benign tumour. It has fat in it. And actually about half of women with LAM will have one of these benign tumours in their kidneys. They're helpful for helping diagnose LAM in the right clinical context, and usually they don't cause too much trouble. If they're small, like this one there that's about 2 centimetres, they just sit there not really doing anything. The difficulty is that some of them can enlarge and the bigger ones can suddenly bleed, and you can have a large loss of blood all of a sudden. This usually causes flank pain, sometimes blood in the urine, and this needs urgent treatment. So if you have LAM, one of the things that you should have done at diagnosis is somebody should look to see if you have any of these tumours, and you can easily detect them by doing a CT scan or an MRI scan, or in many cases an ultrasound. So this should be done at diagnosis. So the difficulty with making a diagnosis of LAM, and why many of you may have developed symptoms and been told you had asthma or COPD or any number of other things, is that the symptoms are not specific to LAM. So actually many women increasingly may have no symptoms, and they have a scan for another purpose, and the people catch sight of the lungs and there are cysts there. The most common symptoms, breathlessness. Some people may have wheezing or chest pain, particularly if there's pneumothorax. Some people present with cough, and they might cough up a little bit of blood. They might cough up this chylous fluid, or they might be more prone to infections and have frequent cough. These abdominal problems can sometimes cause abdominal bloating or swelling or discomfort. And very commonly people get fatigued. They just feel more tired than their friends of the same age. And actually fatigue is probably about the most common symptom after breathlessness, which isn't usually in the books really. But the difficulty is that a lot of illnesses can cause exactly these symptoms. And so it's much easier to diagnose a common disease when someone goes to their doctor with breathlessness and wheezing and a cough. It's much easier to attribute that to asthma, because usually it will be asthma actually. So the question, do I definitely have LAM? If you have these symptoms, the European Respiratory Society had a task force on LAM, which I chaired with Jean-François Cordier from France. And we set up diagnostic criteria for LAM and published them in the European Respiratory Journal about 5 years ago now, I think. So if you have a CT scan which shows lung cysts, it looks like this, and then you take a sample of your lung tissue under microscope, the pathologist said it's LAM, then you definitely have LAM. You don't actually have to have a lung biopsy to make a firm diagnosis. If you have a CT like this and one of those angiomyolipomas visible on your scan, then you definitely have LAM. If you have a build-up of chylous fluid somewhere, or you have the abdominal changes, then you definitely have LAM. If you have tuberous sclerosis in these lungs, you definitely have LAM. If you don't have one of these other and the other thing that will allow us to diagnose LAM is an elevated serum VEGF-D, which is a blood test that can be done. And in the context of cystic lung disease, is enough to make the diagnosis certain. If you don't have these other features, or you haven't had a biopsy, then you probably got LAM if your scan's classical. Sometimes you just got a scan, but it's not completely classical. There may be another problem. Actually, at first glance, this CT at the bottom here looks quite like the one at the top, doesn't it? Actually, if you look, these cysts aren't round, they're all funny shapes. And if you look up and down the scan, they're not distributed evenly. And this is actually a disease called Langerhans cell histiocytosis, another rare lung disease. And so you have to be quite careful that you've got the right disease, because the treatment of Langerhans cell histiocytosis and other diseases that look like LAM is quite different from that. So it's an important distinction. So over time, what happens? This graph here, each one of these lines is a patient that we see at the LAM Centre. And this, each line is a measure of FEV1, one of the major tests of lung function. I'll be talking a little bit more about that later on. And you can see there's a big variety. Some people have good lung function, some people have low lung function. Most of these lines are drifting down a little bit, so your lung function does fall a little bit over time. Everybody's does, even if they don't have a lung disease, after about 25, disappointingly. The average loss in our centre is about 70 millilitres a year, so sort of 3 or so times faster than somebody without a lung disease. These people on this side of the chart have been treated with rapamycin to stabilise their disease. And what you can, the average loss here is only about 7 mils per year. So what we think is that rapamycin will reduce the loss of lung function in these patients. So as time passes, and we usually keep an eye on people, if their lung function's stable, then we don't do anything. If it's falling, then we have a treatment to offer them. So when we first see someone, what do we say to them about their prognosis? And the main thing for you to take away from this talk is that LAM is a very variable disease. And so some people stay stable for a very long time. And not everybody gets progressive disease, and there's all flavours in between those two things. So this graph, these lines that are going down, show what proportion of people, starting off here, get these different level of symptoms. So if you look after about 10 years, on this, if I point at the screen, you can't see, can you? I'll move the mouse. So at this point, about half of patients after 10 years have to walk slower than their friends on the flat and sometimes stop on the flat. So if you have a pneumothorax, then 10 years later, that's the sort of average progression that you could expect. Some people have really not very much breathlessness at all, whereas other people have more. The overall survival in LAM, if you look in the old books, is quite frightening. The most recent study estimates the median, or the sort of average survival, at nearly 30 years from the first symptom of LAM, or 23 years from making the diagnosis. So from 10 years from the first symptom, 90% of people roughly are still alive. And the important thing to remember is that this is a really long time, this survival, but all of these data, when we're talking about 29 years of follow-up, this is well before rapamycin. And now we can stabilise the disease with rapamycin. The prognosis for people with LAM now is going to be better than this. So if you've seen old figures on the internet and things, then they're quite likely to be out of date. So how do we look after people? Well, we see them regularly. So most people get seen depending on their level of symptoms and how much stuff they need doing. Maybe anything between 4 times a year to once a year. At those visits, you should have your lung function tested to monitor your disease. Patients with the angiomyolipomas, the kidney tumours, should have these scanned regularly. And this little graph here shows if you have a big tumour, they grow more than the small tumour. So if you have one of these tiny tumours that you can only just see, maybe you only need a scan every couple of years. If you have one of the bigger ones, then you might need it every 6 months. Obviously, as things come along, if you have things that crop up like pneumothorax, then you should have treatment then. So I'm going to talk very briefly about drug treatment because we're a little behind schedule already. So there are various treatments available for LAM. The most common thing is bronchodilators, so the type of inhalers that you also use for asthma or COPD. This little graph here shows people before and after an inhaler, and you can see most of the lines head upwards, suggesting that their lung function improves after they've used the inhaler. So people with quite good lung function and no airway narrowing, inhalers not really much benefit. Those of you who have airway narrowing very often will benefit from an inhaler. There's a drug called rapamycin that I think our American visitor will talk about in a bit more detail, but the bottom line is that it reduces the decline in lung function, it reduces the size of angiomyolipomas, it reduces the chylus complications, and so it's an effective treatment for LAM if you have progressive disease. There are various studies around adding in other drugs to rapamycin to make it even more efficient and actually kill the LAM cells rather than stop them growing. And so trials in the States of these other drugs are around at the moment. The old treatment, because LAM's an estrogen-driven disease, was to block estrogen, either by blocking the receptors for it or suppressing it using drugs like progesterone or gonadotrophin-releasing hormone agonists. There's no good evidence that that's effective in the majority of people, but there's never been a proper study. A while ago, it was thought that doxycycline, which blocks proteins that cause lung damage, might be helpful for LAM, but we did a study, and although that was a small trial, there was no benefit for doxycycline. LAM still works as an antibiotic. So, who should be on rapamycin? Well, sort of fairly obvious statement, only if you need it, really. So people who are stable probably won't benefit from rapamycin. It really stops a reduction in lung function. It doesn't make your lung function get better. So if your lung function's falling, if you have chylous effusions, so this chyle build-up, then rapamycin is particularly helpful for that. If you have angiomyolipomas, the kidney tumours that are difficult to treat, it might be helpful for that. Some other tuberous sclerosis-related problems also respond to rapamycin. You need to understand the risks and the benefit, because it does have side effects, and at the moment it's a lifelong treatment. So if you start somebody who's 25 on a treatment that they might have to take for 40, 50 years, then there are risks associated with that. And you need someone who knows what they're doing to prescribe it and monitor it, make sure you're okay. The other thing you might want to think about is, if you're going on to treatment, is there a trial available for one of these new therapies? The next thing is that some people use is oxygen, and I'm going to go through this really quickly because we're behind time now, but people should benefit from oxygen if they, when they exert themselves, the oxygen in their bloodstream falls. So for most people, when they're resting, their lungs can keep up with the demand for oxygen. As soon as you walk around, your muscles burn up more oxygen. They extract it from the blood. The oxygen level falls in your bloodstream, makes you feel breathless. And if you push yourself too hard, your brain doesn't get quite enough oxygen, you start feeling faint. Those sorts of symptoms might benefit from oxygen. There's other causes of breathlessness than just low oxygen. If you have resting breathlessness, then you would probably benefit from oxygen. And some people, their oxygen levels fall a lot overnight when they're asleep. Everybody breathes less deeply when they're asleep. And so people with lung disease generally often have nighttime hypoxemia. And perhaps the best way to measure this is to measure what somebody's oxygen is doing for 24 hours, and it allows us to prescribe the right type of oxygen. So what we do is we loan people one of these oximeters for a day. We get them to wear it all day, and we come back with a trace like this. So this line at the top is the oxygen saturation. The baseline is mid-90s, which is fairly okay. So when they're awake during the day, as they're walking around, their heart rate goes up, suggesting they're exercising or doing something, and their oxygen falls, but it comes back quite quickly after rest. When they're sitting not doing much in the evening, sort of evening meal, sort of watching TV sort of thing, nothing much is happening. And then when they go to sleep at night, it dips a little bit, but it's still fine. So this person has mild hypoxemia when they exert themselves. We usually get them to fill a diary in, bit of ironing, bit of cleaning, lot of shopping. That's a common feature with women with LAM. So really, when they're exerting themselves, oxygen's falling a little bit. But actually, this isn't a bad test. Only 20 minutes of the 24 hours are under 90 degrees, are under 90% saturation, and there's quite a quick recovery. So this person could probably do a bit more if they had oxygen. They probably don't really need it, and we discussed that with them. What other things can you do? Well, you need to know what to do if you get symptoms of a pneumothorax or an angiomyolipoma bleed. So, and that's basically go to A&E straight away and tell the patient, tell the casualty doctors what's going on. Get vaccinated against influenza and pneumococcus. If you're limited by breathlessness, a pulmonary rehab program might be useful for you, which is an exercise program for people with lung disease. Avoid estrogen, because LAM's an estrogen-driven disease, so no hormone replacement after the menopause, no contraceptive pill with estrogen in. The progesterone-only pill's okay, and the implant's okay, and the coil's okay, but the combined contraceptive pill we don't recommend. Obviously, it's not a good plan to smoke cigarettes. And really, the other major do's and don'ts are, if you get a chest infection, it's best not to let it drag on, so you want to react to those promptly. As I say, do see your doctor urgently if you have chest or flank pain. It could be a pneumothorax or angiomyopoma problem. And the other issue is LAM can change, when you're pregnant, LAM can accelerate a little bit. And people with LAM used to be told that they couldn't get pregnant. That's not true, but it's best to talk about the risks. So for people with good lung function, there are risks associated with pregnancy, but they may well be able to go ahead with pregnancy. If your lung function's very low, then the risks of it are higher, and you should discuss all this with your physician. So that's it really. There's not time for questions now, but if people have specific questions, there's a question and answer session with myself, Anne Tatsfield and Frank McCormack this evening, and this afternoon, and or you can grab me over lunch. Thanks very much. Okay, is everybody in?
No, I'm going to get them, but it's called Nottingham.
David, can you hear me now? Okay, I think we can probably get started. Hopefully this is most of you. I'm Kelly Vance, and I'm the chair of LAM Action, and my task right now is to lead us through the exciting business portion of our meeting. But this bit actually is exciting. This year marked the conclusion of our 3-year STAR campaign. And for those of you who were here in 2013, you might recall that we launched the campaign at this meeting, and the goal was to raise £75,000 more than we otherwise would have expected to raise over a 3-year period. And that gave us an overall target of having income for those 3 years of £300,000. So with kind of our normal income plus our STAR campaign goal, we wanted to raise £300,000. Well, at £299,154, I think we can call the campaign a success. It's just £864 short. Now, the STAR campaign has helped us to fund the PhD studentship of Eru Dongre. And Eru has been working in the lab with the LAM Action Research Fellow, Dr. Debbie Clements. And you're going to hear later today about some very promising research. And I think we can take, a little bit of pride in having played some role in advancing that research. Now, some of you here today have made very significant contributions to the success of the STAR campaign. And, I can't name every single one of you, but I do want to mention a few things. First, thank goodness for the athletes amongst us, because your events raised more than £55,000 just this past year. From Ride London, and these are the guys who rode for us last summer, to the London Marathon and the British 10K, the training and the personal sacrifice, it literally paid off for us. Now, I've been at the finish line of several of these events, and it is very humbling, actually, to see people who've put themselves through genuine pain on our behalf. And, we really do thank you. It's especially noteworthy that Andrea Jones, who's in the photo on the far left, she has LAM, and she finished the marathon this year, so that's a wonderful achievement. Now, there are a lot of the Ride London and the London Marathon and the British 10K are the events that we formally support in terms of purchasing places and recruiting participants. And in addition to thanking the people who take part in those events, we should really thank David Mercer and Julie Mullins for all they do in recruiting participants and in organizing and supporting those runners and riders. Now, there are a lot of other athletic events that a number of people pursue independently, but on our behalf. So things like Alex Waller's 100-kilometer walk, Andy Hamilton's 10-kilometer Beachy Head run, Fiona Norton's Run for LAM, Maggie Young's 60 miles worth of swims, Rita Winston's Stratford Triathlon. All of those events contributed to our fundraising this year. And I do want to give special mention to Louise Roby and her husband Colin. They are in the photo, kind of center right. Their Race for LAM in May 2015 raised over £35,000. And most of that money we received in this financial year that's just ended. Now, of course, our fundraising success is not just the result of physical exertion. And from a £5,000 donation from Gillian Brewis in support of her friend Jill Hollis to a £5 swear box donation, it seems like the ways in which people raise money are endless. The young woman in the photo there, I should say young girl, that's Lucy Wood, and she's the daughter of Sarah and John Wood. And she nominated LAM Action as her school's Year 3 charity of the year. and they raised just over 571 pounds for us. Now, we're also very grateful for the donations that we receive in memory of loved ones. And several women with LAM passed away this year, and some of you had losses in your own families. And to think of LAM Action at what must be such a difficult time is a really generous thing to do. So thank you for that. Now, in addition to our fundraising and research, this past year, LAM Action continued helping women newly diagnosed and supporting other women with LAM and their families. We've continued to host LAM Line, and our website and our Facebook pages are viewed regularly, and John would always make sure that those things are kept absolutely up to date. I think we tend to take for granted the ease with which we're able to get information now about LAM and to share that information. And a lot of that is due to the technical skills of Claire Lowry's, who works behind the scenes still on our behalf. Largely through the efforts of Jill Hollis and Simon Johnson, we continue to be involved with the international LAM community. And we're especially grateful to Jill for her efforts that contributed to the publication by the European Lung Foundation of a paper about the medical priorities of women with LAM. And that was an outgrowth of the European Respiratory Society conference that Jill attended a couple of years ago. Thanks to those of you who are willing to talk to the media, you've helped us to continue to increase awareness of LAM. And we do have a helpful media guide on our website. So for those of you who are thinking about talking to the media, I would urge you to look at that. It helps you kind of prepare for what you're getting yourself into, basically. Now, David Mercer and Nick Culley put their film production skills to work on our behalf this year. And they teamed up with Jack Mercer and his editing skills and Paul Joyce and his musical scoring and prepared some videos that are just highly professional. And they appear on our website. Thanks to the women who participated. We recorded them here last year. And I think that they've been helpful to women, especially newly diagnosed women and their families. Huge thanks go to our long-term LAM Post co-editor, Helen Sabin, and our proofreader, Grazina Dobos, and our new co-editor, Francesca Cook. They've taken a new and really creative, fresh approach to our LAM Post newsletter, which I think is terrific, and I hope that everyone else does too. We're always looking for content, and so thanks also to those of you who have contributed stories and quizzes and other material for that newsletter, and please keep it coming. Now, as disparate as all of those activities are, they have one thing in common, and that is that they've been led and organized by volunteers, some of whom are in this room today, some of whom are not on the executive committee. So I think we can just, everybody should pat themselves on the back for a job really well done. Now, at last year's meeting, we approved a change in legal structure for LAM Action. And I actually haven't even had a chance to tell all the executive committee this, but we heard very late yesterday that the Charity Commission has approved that. And so we actually now have a new legal structure for LAM Action. So we've got some membership forms that are going to be out in the lobby, and I think we'll put them on the registration desk. So we would ask that you please sign the applications for membership, as they're called, to join that new entity. And next up is Sarah Sharples, who's going to give us our financial report.
Morning.
I'll try and keep it brief again. So, in summary, this year, at the start of the year, LAM Action had £233,000 in the bank account. 233,000 in the bank account. We received in just over £100,000, spent just under £100,000, which left cash of £238,000. So overall, this year, the cash was up just shy of £5,000. The split of this income, as you can see, is a majority from fundraising and donations. And this year, over £63,000 of that income from the fundraising was up £15,000 from the year before, which in part was probably due to Louise Roby, that one event. The income from donations was £30,000 this year, which was down a little because last year it was £40,000. However, those two differences offset each other, with this total income being up over just shy of £6,000 on the year before. So overall, a really good increase. Expenditure-wise, it looks like we spent a lot more this year because it's up to 98,000 compared to just shy of 65 last year. The reason being, which people might remember, is we had a little delay on the university invoicing us for some things last year. So we've actually paid 50% of last year's salaries in this current year. So that's not it's really sort of should be spread over 2 years. And just to give you a little insight into the other figures, fundraising costs are our entry fees into the events that were just mentioned: London Marathon, Ride London, British 10K, and the cost for Just Giving and Virgin Giving. So I think it's quite good when they go up because it means there's more people doing more events that bring in more money. And the other one is the meeting costs, which is things like today's event and really small other amounts for stationery and postage. So overall, in the assets, we've got money in the bank totalling £238,000, and we're due in just over £3,000 from the inland revenue for gift aid at the moment. We have committed to just over £5,500 of salary costs and the year-end accountancy fee, which leaves net assets for LAM Action of £235,000, which is up £35,000 from the year before. So if anybody would like any more information or wants to chat to me about it, you're very welcome to grab me at lunch. I suspect that's all people want.
Okay, as you can see, we now need to elect our executive committee members. The Constitution permits LAM Action members to elect up to 9 people, and another 6 can be co-opted to the committee to serve as trustees for LAM Action. And we're nominating the people whose photos and names you see up here on the screen. Only members are entitled to vote, and you'll know if you're a member if you have a dot on your badge. So we need to take these one by one, as always. So all in favor of Lucy Falconer? And any opposed? Julie Goodliff, all in favor? Any opposed? Jill Hollis, all in favor? Any opposed? There's no way to make this exciting. Simon Johnson, all in favor? Any opposed? Helen Sabin, all in favor? Any opposed? Sarah Sharples, all in favor? Any opposed? Leanne Lily White Sutton, all in favor? Any opposed? Ann Tattersfield, all in favor? Any opposed? And Kelly Vance, all in favor? I'm abstaining. Any opposed? Okay, great. And then we're going to be co-opting David Mercer and John Wood. And as officers, the same process again, please. So Kelly Vance is chair. All in favor? Any opposed? Sarah Sharples, treasurer. All in favor? Any opposed? And Julie Goodliff as secretary. All in favor? Any opposed? Great, thank you. And with that, we can officially close the business portion of our meeting. And I'm hoping my throat holds out for the day. I've got a very croaky throat. Now, if you were here last year, you might recall that I spoke about the importance of membership in LAM Action. And it remains just as important now as it did then. Now, LAM Action is a UK charity run by volunteers. We're not part of the NHS. We are independent and separate from the National Centre for LAM. Our purpose is to support women and their families who are affected by LAM and to advance and fund research into the disease. Now, as we reach out to potential donors and research funders, it is important that we're able to show them that we represent and that we're in contact with a substantial number of the women with LAM in the UK. And we think that there are around 240 of those women. Now, unfortunately, from amongst our 139 members, only 92 are women with LAM. And so we are not able to show that we're reaching even half of the number of women in the UK with LAM. Now, to those who are not members, but who are here today or who are listening online, you might not even have realized that you could become a member or that we wanted you to be a member of LAM Action. But obviously, because you're taking part in this meeting, we're in contact with you. To the non-members who use LAMline or read LAM Post, again, we're in touch with you. To the people who we've put in contact with other women who have LAM, or who have read our information pamphlets, or shared that material with your doctor or your family, we've helped you with that information and with that ability to talk to other women with the disease. In all of those cases, our membership numbers don't reflect that we're reaching you. Now, to those who are not members, but who have contributed and sometimes very significantly to our fundraising efforts, we actually want our membership figures to show that you're helping us, but they don't. Now, another reason that membership is important is that because we'll be able to contact you directly if we hear about research trials or we get requests for input from women who have LAM. And because LAM is such a rare disease with such a small population of people, the ability to contact you directly helps us ensure that we've got as many people as possible participating in that research effort and making that data as reliable as it can be. Now, we are launching a membership drive, and we're not going to inundate people with funds, requests for money or other sorts of communication like that. In fact, we don't really require our members to do anything, except currently we have a reasonable, very, small, modest membership fee, and we do like to encourage you to attend our meeting. But in launching our membership drive, our goals are really, as I said, to be able to contact you about research that might affect you, and also to have our membership figures reflect the reality of how many women we're in touch with and how many people are helping us as well with their fundraising. So for all of those of you who are existing members, I would say if you run into other women with LAM in the clinics that you attend or otherwise in contact with them, ask them, are you a member? And if they're not, urge them to become a member. And also for all of you here today, if you could please, sign up those new applications of membership to the new entity. That would give us a great head start. Now we have a second membership drive of sorts underway as well, and that is to attract people to serve on our executive committee. And in the last few years, we've been very fortunate in that, we've attracted a couple of new trustees to LAM Action. But over the same period, we've lost, some members have stepped aside. And in the next year or so, it's likely that other members of the committee will step down. And so it's really important to bring more people in and include them on that committee. So I would ask if, just consider whether you or a family member or a friend or a colleague has skills that you think would benefit LAM Action. And if you're interested in volunteering to help us, please do let us know. I am now going to turn things over to Jan Johnson. And as most of you know, Jan is the coordinator for LAM Action. And that is a title that does not do justice to everything she does for us. Jan's been with us from the very earliest days, and she has still, to this day, tirelessly and compassionately helped women with LAM and their families.
IT skills are not my forte, sorry. Shall I try and hang on. I'll have to hold it, the pocket's still sewn up. Okay, well, it has been a long and winding road, and I'm really sorry to announce to you today that this is my last LAM meeting as coordinator. I've been on the team for 17 years, and it's been sort of a voyage of highs and lows, but immense achievement, immense. And I am so proud of what we've achieved in that time. So before I go, I thought I would do a whirlwind tour of where we were and where we are now. But I know I've got to race through it, so please read the slides and bear with me. So it all started a very long time ago when a lady called Ida Rathbone, I have difficulty saying that, who is a Nottingham patient, and she lived in Lincolnshire. And she came over to the City Hospital to see Ellis Morgan, who's retired now, but he was a surgeon here. And she was absolutely horrified to learn that she had LAM, as you were in those days, because no one knew anything about it at all. If you think it's isolating and only knowing 240 people with it, but for her, there was no one. There was no internet, and there was no research going on whatsoever. It was horrific. So Ellis knew Anne, and he knew Anne was doing some research, and so he approached Anne to see if she'd be interested in finding out a bit more about this. And so Anne thought that maybe it would be quite nice to get a group of people to come up to Nottingham, but sorry, I'm racing on here really. So Anne had a registrar called Irfan Wahidna, who is currently now working in Derby. And she set him a task of sending a questionnaire out to the 23 patients that were known to have LAM in the country at that time. And that resulted in the first Nottingham paper on LAM, which was published in Thorax. Simon and I arrived in Nottingham in 1993 and, from London, and Simon wanted to do some research, so thought it might be an idea to get him working on these LAM patients that she was interested in. So Simon
from what I can remember, spent about the next year travelling the country, and some of our holidays, in fact, were visits where Simon would disappear in the afternoon to rifle through notes to look at lung function tests and pull out data on these the patients around the country. And that was quite successful and led on to a first paper. And Anne started to have some local patients referred to her, and she ended up with a group of about 5 when people started to know that she had an interest in LAM. And from her clinics and the experience with the patients, she realised that these patients really were truly isolated, and she thought she'd try and do something about that. So she and Simon had a little social evening here in Nottingham for them, and that really was the birth of where we are now. So the next year Anne decided it would be nice to have a national meeting for the 30 patients that had been by then identified with LAM in the UK. So they were all invited to Nottingham, and 11 came, so that was really quite a decent number considering how far spread the group is. And Simon and Anne were a little bit anxious about this because they didn't know any of the people really, well, many of them that were attending, and it was quite a daunting experience talking to groups of patients they didn't know, and the outcome was quite poor for. Anyway, the day went really well, and the women were really delighted that there was someone there interested in what they had, and also to share experiences with each other. So the decision was made then to turn this into an annual event. So that picture there is actually our daughters trying on things for a LAM jumble sale. The youngest one's here today, actually. She's 20 years older than that now. So this was the year when the fundraising campaign started to gather momentum, and we raised about 10,000 in that year. And we called ourselves the LAM Trust. And Anne had an idea that maybe if we got a patron, that might improve our chances of getting more people to fundraise for us. However, more on that later. And we decided to ask the patients around the country to fundraise in their local areas because we thought that would be easier than everyone having to direct fundraising from Nottingham. And it was also established that there was a definite need to get a patient register going, which was going to be one of my jobs. Research highlights that year were the genetic link was established between tuberous sclerosis and renal tumours. And the lung function study that Simon chased around the country for was published. And the treatments, well, there weren't very many treatments really. At that time, progesterone was being prescribed. You were sometimes advised to go on a low-fat diet if you had a lot of carb production. And a few people were starting to think about transplants. So in 1999, I was taken on and employed for 6 hours a month. And it's gone off a bit since then, to maintain this new register and to liaise with the LAM Trust and help with their finances. And a bit later I was asked by Anne also to organise this meeting. Simon completed his thesis on LAM, and I think we sort of believe it might have been the first thesis on LAM in the world, but I'm not sure. Somebody might correct me on that, but I think it's a fact. And Simon was also invited that year to go to New York City for the first LAM Foundation Symposium, where there were 50 interested scientists and physicians and LAM Foundation members in attendance. So things were starting to roll, really. And the next year, a lot more patients get involved, and we Claire and Ian Lowry's, who you've heard about earlier from Kelly, set up our first website. It was quite rudimentary in those days, and we've come a long way since, but it was our window to the world. And Joy and Nick produced the first newsletter, and Teresa Hewitt, who sadly died a few years ago, designed us a lovely logo. And our champion fundraiser, Alison Leslie, received the MBE for fundraising for the LAM Trust after having had a transplant. So things were moving along, and our annual meeting was attended by 40 people that year. We produced a fact sheet, and with our new logo, we got some new stationery printed and T-shirts ordered. And Anne had this amazing idea that year that we should apply for golden bond places for the London Marathon. And what a fabulous idea that was. We're still doing it, and it's brought so much money in. And we start selling Christmas cards, which haven't brought quite so much money in, but they have spread awareness, so that was good. On the research front, GOLD, I'm sorry, I don't know what the G stands for, but it's orphan lung diseases, whatever the G is. So that was the first European group was started up, and BOLD, which was the British Orphan Lung Diseases group, was started up by the British Thoracic Society. And the French group published a study to show that lung function decreases faster in smokers. Well, not much of a surprise there, is it? So in 2001, we got our first official committee established, and you'll see there's still 3, well, even I was on the committee then, because we weren't an independent charity. So there's 4 names on there that you will recognise are still around today on the committee, well, 3 and me. LAM line was launched, and our big question really that year was, should we become an independent charity, because we were under the auspices of the City Hospital governance for our charity at that time. Our income goes up again to 17,000, and this is largely thanks to the marathon and a few big corporate donations. And our British LAM patient Susan Greener translated the website into Spanish, and Michelle Gonsalves in France translated it into French. The aim that year was to raise £50,000 to support a postdoctoral researcher. And we like to aim big, so. And Simon and Anne published the clinical experience in LAM paper in thorax. We were still wondering if, I say we, it's not really we, not just a collective term, still wondering if progesterone worked as a treatment. And Simon worked out that was a very high proportion of patients with tuberous sclerosis and LAM that didn't have symptoms, and so he started to think about the fact that some people may have a more slowly progressing sort of disease, and some people may not have a progressive form at all. And the Nottingham research was really showing that now that the LAM survival was getting better than we'd ever thought. So sadly in 2002 the World Cup conflicted with our meeting, and you'd see this picture here. Well, that was half the team in the coffee room watching the football. So, and it was a tiny little 12-inch television, wasn't it? So the meeting delegates voted overwhelmingly for independence, and our fundraising increased to 20,000, and which meant that we could help fund Debbie Clements as the LAM postdoctoral researcher to work with Simon, and of course Debbie is still on the team. And our first major fundraiser took place in Bradford-on-Avon, and you see Jonathan Hewitt at the bottom here. Sadly, Jonathan died last year, but he was a founder member of the trust, and he ran the first auction of promises and raised over £9,000. So, hooray, we get our charitable status, and we're on our own at last. And credit has to go for this to Claire Lowries, who worked so hard to pull it all together for us. And she had a 1-year-old child, and just after it happened, she gave birth to her second child, and she also took on as LAM Post editor. The meeting moved up into this lovely lecture theatre, because before we'd been in a tiny little room downstairs. So our numbers were increasing, and we had 3 attendees that year from the EU. And the first treatment trial started to see if rapamycin really does shrink angiomyolopomas in LAM. And you can see the 2 Sallys here, Sally Carver, who's here, and Sally Birch. Is Sally here? I think they're both here, yes. So, yes, these were the 2 Sallys with their packs of rapamycin. There was an increasing recognition at the time that obviously we were a very small group and we really did need to collaborate with these things. So, first, patron did prove very successful, so we thought we'd try and recruit different ones. So we asked Jane Torville, and she said yes, she would agree to be our patron. More on that later. We also appointed a PR company to try and help us raise our profile, and that was thanks to Jonathan Hewitt, because the PR company director was one of his friends, and we've been with them ever since, and they've always maintained very favourable rates for us. This is Empika. And Joel Moss came from America to speak at our annual meeting, and that's him there on the right. And the Friday evening socials began. Research, the survival and disability in UK LAM patients was published, and it showed a 90% survival after 10 years, which was a really positive outcome and finding. And the second EuroLAM meeting was held in Nottingham in September, and 13 doctors attended that, including Frank there from Cincinnati and the LAM Foundation, and 5 patient representatives. And that year, Frank also started planning the MILES trial, and there was a network meeting arranged in Cincinnati. Now, this was the year of the European Task Force. For Simon, a fairly major undertaking. I think probably took up the next 2 years of his life. And he co-chaired this with Jean-Francois Cordier, and this was to bring about the European treatment guidelines. And the European Respiratory Society awarded a €19,000 grant to support this. The UK rapamycin study started recruiting. That's the TESTAL study. Don't ask me what that stands for. And Simon received a $40,000 grant from the LAM Foundation to develop lung models. And Anne retired. That was a sad year for us all. But she stayed on the committee, and she's still helping us now. And she received the OBE that year, and there she is with her family for services to respiratory medicine. And Lucy, our first chair, stood down, and Claire Lowry succeeded her. So this was a bit of a year for clinical trials. The MILES trial started recruiting, and there was a doxycycline pilot study which looked interesting, and so it was decided further study was needed for this. And there was also an awareness campaign started for tissue samples, because there wasn't enough tissue samples really. It was quite hard to, you can't carry on cell research without the tissue samples, so the need was great, and so we had a campaign was launched for this. Anne and Simon published an article aimed at respiratory consultants on how to distinguish LAM from asthma. And there was a drive that year to engage more women, because a bit like now, the membership had slowed off, and we were having a great difficulty getting any articles for LAM Post, and the new patron was no more successful than the previous one. But good news for the end of the year, Karen Swift, a UK LAM patient, ran the New York Marathon, which was fantastic. So this was the year that tissue procurement became the big focus, and Havi Carroll, who you can see at the bottom there, who is still very active in LAM, but she's down in Bristol and not able to be with us this year. And she was the one that coordinated this along with the LAM Treatment Alliance in New York, was it? The Treatment Alliance? I can't remember. Anyway, they held a conference in Stockholm aiming at promoting better collaboration between the LAM groups around the world. And all these things still ring true now, really. It was the 10th anniversary of our group, and we had a little party here at our meeting, and mooted the possible collaboration with the TSA. We took on a third patron. And here you see Juliet Stevenson with Claire Hemmington, who isn't here today either, unfortunately. The Doxy trial was funded by the British Lung Foundation that year, and we asked LAM Action to pull together and make up the shortfall in this of £50,000, and boy did you do a fantastic job. In 6 months you raised over £60,000 to support that campaign. It's the best fundraiser I think we've ever had. And Novartis, the drug company Novartis, also do start a study on everolimus, which is an analogue of rapamycin. So the NDRI were on the scene this year in 2008, and the tissue bank was launched, and they decided to take on the acquiring tissue in the UK and around Europe, I believe. The number of transplants was on the increase, and LAM Action felt the need to release an official statement on organ donation and presumed consent. We had our first audio recording of the AGM, which meant that people obviously that couldn't come to the meeting, were too sick or lived too far away, could actually listen to it. They couldn't watch it, but they could listen to it on YouTube, and that's thanks to David and his team. And there was an increasing number of newly diagnosed patients, so our awareness campaign that year did seem to be bringing in results. It was our best ever year for fundraising. We've never topped this, but we're doing pretty well now, but 132,000 that year, which was largely due to the doxycycline campaign. And there were many, many examples of wonderful things that people did to raise this money. But I just pulled this one out because it was just such an amazing feat. And Marion, who is no longer with us, but she lived up in Shetland, and she raised over 7,500 in a sponsored bike marathon, which took place in her gym because obviously she couldn't go out on the bike and do the marathon. And Will Chang was recruited that year to work on the doxycycline trial. Many of you will remember Will. And Javi Carell, the LAM patient down in Bristol, she published a book about, because she's a psychologist, so this was about her experience of LAM and the psychological effects of it. 2009, there didn't seem to be an awful lot going on that year. We joined Twitter, and we were in an episode of House, the US drama series. Frank was working very hard on the Miles trial and completed recruitment. And Paul Corris, you can see him in the picture of the group in the middle. He's, I think he's retiring soon, but he's the transplant guy up at Newcastle, who many of you know. And he came down to talk to our patients. And that picture is a group of our patients who were here at the meeting who had all had transplants. And Jill took over from Claire as our chair that year. So this was a year that the patron became a true star. She actually started to do some work for us, unlike the others. David actually worked in TV, still does work in TV, and so he had a contact who knew Juliet. And so through this contact, they managed to negotiate for Juliet to come and make a video that we have on our website. And also, along with Juliet's friend Lucy Parham, we had a big fundraising concert in London that year. It was a Chopin concert. It took place in Knightsbridge. And it was a really beautiful event, and it raised £8,000. So, great, we had a patron on board. The Facebook page was launched, and Simon and Javi published a patient article in the BMJ about LAM from a patient's perspective. And the European guidelines were published, and Simon put that in there. That was not me. Amy Farber came over to address our meeting from the LAM Treatment Alliance, and the first European LAM conference took place in Udine, and it was organised by Italian LAM patient Iris Bassi, and Jill and Simon had both attended that. And this was a momentous year. The Miles trial was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, which is probably the most prestigious medical journal in the world, and as we all now know, confirmed that sirolimus reduced the rate of lung function decline in women with LAM. A treatment. It was a new era. And to add to that, in the UK, the National LAM Centre opened, which was something else we'd all been waiting for a long time. We had our biggest annual meeting ever. Athol Wells came up from the Royal Brompton to speak, and I thought we were going to pip it today. I had 94 people registered, but 3 people dropped out. So, and we had 13 new patients at that LAM meeting, so our awareness campaign definitely had pulled people in. So we wondered why there were so many newly diagnosed patients that year, and we were just postulating that it was probably because of the LAM Centre opening. The marathon runners did a fabulous job that year and raised a record £17,000. And Adrian, who is here today, and Audrey, published a book that year about Audrey's transplant experiences. The books are downstairs if anybody's interested in buying them. And in 2012, Kelly takes over as our chair and is still in place. And that year, thanks to John, who is our in-house designer, graphic designer, designed a new logo for us, and we totally rebranded everything, made it all much more up to date and in pretty colours. And Sheila Edwards came up from London from the BTS. She's the chief executive of the British Thoracic Society, and she came to address our meeting, which was quite, for us, a fairly prestigious meeting. And lovely Sharon joined the team. Is she in the room? Maybe she's not. She's definitely here. Sharon Fuller, our LAM Centre nurse, and she does an absolutely fabulous job. I'm sure those of you who've met her would agree with me. And another book was published. This time it was a book called Breathe Easy, was written by Melissa Arnold's husband, and it told quite a sad tale of Melissa's transplant experience, or lack of transplant experience, I suppose I should say. The rebranding carried on into the next year when a lot of people put an enormous amount of effort into redesigning our website, and I think you'll agree that that was a really much needed but fabulous, they did a fabulous job. And the fact sheet was rewritten that year and updated. LAM Action was asked to join the UK Respiratory Alliance, and it sadly didn't carry on going, but for us it was just more assurance that we were doing a good job and we were included in the things that were going on in rare diseases around the UK. And we became a member of Rare Disease UK that year too. Aru Dongre joined our team, Simon's team, as a PhD student, and she was funded by LAM Action. She's finished now, but she's coming along this afternoon to tell you all about what she's been up to and how the research is going. And we had another major fundraiser that year. This was courtesy of David and his team and contacts, and we had Olivia Coleman come along, and not here, this was down in London, to narrate a story of the Snow Queen and the world premiere of The Griffin and the Grail. And it didn't raise lots of money because there were a lot of overheads involved in the concert, but it did raise our profile, and we were the only people that received any money from this. And it was actually a lovely event just before Christmas, so we all enjoyed ourselves as well. 2004, the doxycycline study was published, and sadly it showed no benefit when it was used to treat people with LAM. However, it's not to say that it wasn't worth doing, because it was. You wouldn't have all wanted to be taking a treatment and it not be shown to be working. So these things have to be done one way or the other, whatever the outcome. We do need to try these things out to see if they're going to be successful or not work at all. Simon is recognised more on the international stage. He was invited over to the US, to the LAM Foundation, to receive their Scientific Advancement Award, which is quite a prestigious thing. And there you see him with the 9 other recipients that have received it over the years, all world authorities really in the disease. And I accompanied him to Lamposium for the first time, and that was a very enlightening experience and actually quite a moving experience for me. And that picture there shows the, I can't remember, I think it was around 120 patients that came from across the world and the USA to attend the meeting that year. We have our fourth major fundraiser. This was pulled together by John Wood, and it was called the Glamorous Weekend, and Leanne Lillywhite actually was also involved in that, and that raised £3,500. We added Ride London to the sporting fundraiser portfolio, and as Kelly mentioned, we also have the London 10K in the portfolio now as well. Our dear Jane stood down as treasurer after being a founding member and 12 years helping us, and Sarah succeeded her. It's the first year that the AGM was screened live to the world, and we know people are watching it because we've looked at the statistics. So we have people as far as Australia and New Zealand and Canada and loads of places in Europe watching it. And the first LAM Symposium and Patient Workshop at the ERS, which is the European Respiratory Society meeting in Munich, Iris Bassi needs to have a lot of credit for this because it's the first time such a tiny organisation has been invited to do anything like this, and it really has increased awareness about LAM. Now, 2015 was Debbie Clement's year, really. She was invited over to receive an award from the LAM Foundation, and also she received a grant from them for her gene chip experiments that she was proposing to do. And Simon received a grant from the NIHR, that's the National Institute of Health Research, which is part of the NHS, but it's the research part of the NHS. And that was topped up by a grant from the LAM Foundation to study biomarkers. This study's ongoing now, and I think it's recruiting really well, and should be the outcome should be quite good on that one. And we had our biggest single fundraiser ever. I say our, but it was Louise Roby, and Kelly's already mentioned that one. But sorry to contradict you, it did actually raise over £37,000. And LAM was featured in a House of Lords debate on rare diseases, and they actually mentioned the centre in Nottingham. And Claire Lowries, who deserves a lot of thanks, actually stood down from the committee that year after 14 years, again a founder member. And to this year, you've already seen this slide, really. Kelly's done the same. We didn't compare notes beforehand, I'm afraid. So, yes, the change is not imminent any longer. It's actually been achieved last night, and we're really delighted to have Frank here today as well, who's travelled all the way from Cincinnati. And that is the race through where we've been and where we've come to. I hope I've got it over to you what an amazing achievement this has been. Possibly not, I'm a bit garbled, but I'm so proud of it, and I've met some wonderful people, highly motivated, and it's just been such a good experience. There have been highs and there have been lows. But on the way, I've met loads of people, and I want to just quickly thank some of them. I want to acknowledge the University of Nottingham for allowing us to use this lecture theatre and all the accommodation they've allowed us and support over the years. To Anne Tattersfield, for obvious reasons, we wouldn't be here without Anne. To Simon, similar reasons, and for keeping everything together, because he keeps me together too when I'm going, oh no, I can't do it anymore. To Kelly and Jill for the amazing governance that's in place in this charity, and also for the worldwide connections that Jill brings about all the time. To Claire Lowries, who I've thanked enough. To Lucy, because Lucy's still on our committee, and Lucy, I don't know, Lucy to me, she's just an amazing person. She's just got such will to carry on. She's wonderful. To Jonathan and Tony, Jonathan who's sadly no longer with us, and Tony, both founding members and both brought this charity on a long way. To Jane, our ex-treasurer, who again has worked tirelessly on LAM for years. And to the newer members, John Wood for our peer, for presenting us really in a beautiful new light. All his lovely design work, it's really great and very, very professional. To David and his team, because now we're live on the internet. He's recording everything. He's made those lovely videos and films. And Helen and Charlie. And last but not least, to Frank for coming here today, but also Frank has done so much for LAM. So much. Probably a few of you will never have heard of him, but well, you'll look out for him now because he is, we're so grateful he's here and he's done loads. And to Sue Burns, because without Sue Burns, I don't think any of us would be here because she's the person that set the whole thing going, and to the LAM Foundation. So that's it from me. I'm really sad to be going. You haven't got rid of me completely. I'll still be around. But I would just like to end with a little plea to back up Kelly's, really, because our membership is sort of stagnant. We're not getting new members in now. And I would really urge people to come and take part in this. We've made history here. This story is a big story. Frank once said that the progress in LAM rivaled any in science, and I really like that quote, and I really like making it because it's so true. But as Kelly said, we need you on board to be a part of it, because yes, there is a treatment, but we need a better treatment, and we can only do that if we all join together. And I just think that sorry, I've dried up a bit here, but I feel quite emotional, really. I just want to urge you to come and take part in it. We've made history, and we can carry on making history, and we're not going to stop with the treatment. We're going to find a cure, and we need money to do that, and we need to keep these wonderful researchers going. So please, keep with us, stick with us, keep fundraising, and please become members of our new institution. And now I'm going. That was terrible.
Yeah, we do have a process underway to find a new coordinator, but I think it's fair to say that, and that applause is evidence of the fact that nobody is ever actually going to replace Jan. So thank you, Jan. She has largely said what I was going to say about Dr. McCormack. The one thing I would add is, Dr. McCormack is the scientific director of the U.S. LAM Foundation. He's chairman of its scientific advisory board, and he's also director of the Division of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, and he's a director of the LAM Center in Cincinnati. The MILES trial was actually named, I think in 2012, one of the top 10 clinical research projects in the United States, because it was unprecedented in the size and scope of, for such a rare disease. And Dr. McCormack also was really instrumental in getting the US FDA approval of that drug last year. And that was important because women in the States can now actually ask their medical insurance companies to help pay for the drug. And it's also important because it sets a precedent around the world for drug agencies in other countries to say, oh yes, rapamycin is the first ever approved treatment for LAM. So we owe that to Dr. McCormack.
I guess I should. Thank you, Kelly, for that very nice introduction, and I've very much enjoyed everything I've heard this morning, but especially Jan's history of events in Nottingham, which has been a pivotal city and center for advances in LAM, starting with Anne. And it's really wonderful to see Anne again after all these years, and all that you've accomplished together. It's just phenomenal. And I'm going to talk a little bit today about some random things, progress in LAM, reasons to be optimistic about LAM, a few random weak jokes about Joel and Simon. Joel's easier than Simon. Simon's so polite it's hard to dig, but I hope Joel's online because I have a few things to say to him. What LAM patients have taught me, what we can do together going forward, a few thoughts about sirolimus, VEGF-D, and next steps, trial updates, and LAM Foundation updates, and some future priorities. So accumulated assets for LAM over the last 20 years or so include our organized, motivated patient community, a very rich understanding of the molecular basis of LAM, and this is not the norm for many of the diseases we deal with in the clinic. We know a lot about the underlying basis of LAM that is truly a gift. There are networks of expert centers all over the world. I happen to think the UK group is the best organized, among the best organized, if not the best organized group. I was very impressed with the tour I had yesterday of the LAM Center with designated space for LAM. I don't think that exists anywhere else in the world for a clinic that's got a nameplate on the door that says LAM Clinic. I haven't seen that anywhere else. The laboratories that's right next door to the lab, and all the staff and personnel devoted to LAM, it's really amazing. The research registries, tissue banks, and data centers that we have for LAM around the world. We now have an effective suppressive therapy, and we have this useful diagnostic, prognostic, and predictive biomarker, VEGF-D, which helps us with diagnosis and I think can also help us with planning therapy in the clinic. And we have invaluable partnerships with the tuberous sclerosis community, with our own national health ministries, and then I should also include Japan, but National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute has been wonderful to LAM. I can see that NHS has been wonderful to LAM, and the Japanese ministry has been wonderful to LAM. And the partnerships we have between these international communities, I think, is really special for among any diseases, but especially for rare diseases. I think another asset that we have is this pervasive optimism that this problem is scientifically tractable and it's approachable. We know the molecular basis. We have a lot of ideas for targets, all based on very solid understanding of the biology. And we have this. I think many of us believe in our hearts that this problem is potentially solvable in our lifetime. And I think that's led to a lot of interest in LAM that's out of proportion to interest in other rare lung diseases. I recently sat on a NIH study section, and they're wondering, why do they get all these LAM grants applications in? And it's because it attracts scientific interest. There's so much known about where we could make progress that gets scientists interested. And this pathway that's involved in LAM interests the world's best scientists because it's a central pathway in the cell that controls so many things. And studying this pathway is shedding light on diabetes, obesity, aging, and cancer. And this sounds maybe a little ambitious, but it's absolutely true. And proof of the pudding is there's about to be a trial of testing rapamycin or sirolimus in dogs to see if it can prolong their lives. And ultimately, of course, the question is, can it prolong a human life? Rapamycin prolongs a life in a mouse. Mice who take rapamycin live longer. This is not mice with diseases, just healthy mice. And LAM has a lot to teach us about diabetes as well. This pathway is central to understanding diabetes. So this LAM is lucky in this way because the best scientists in the world are studying this pathway, not because they're interested in LAM necessarily, but because it's important for so many other things. And LAM is a neoplasm, which means it's a new growth. You know, if you get a wart on your finger, that's a neoplasm. That's a growth that doesn't belong there. It's not a cancer because it doesn't move in other places and destroy organs, but it's a growth. And LAM is a growth. And it's somewhere on the spectrum between cancer and a wart. Where you put that is more of a your own philosophy. But The thing about LAM that should be attractive to people who study cancer is that it can help us sort out cancer. Most cancer cells have dozens of DNA mistakes that enable them to disregard all the rules, grow beyond their boundaries, and destroy remote tissues. But in LAM, there's a single DNA mistake, and that enables these cells to acquire cancer-like capabilities on the basis of a single mistake, and that makes it much more decipherable than most cancers. And we can learn something about the Achilles heel for cancer by studying LAM, and I truly believe that. More recently, I think one of the things that's been not great about studying LAM is that it's taught me, and I think many of us, so much about the biochemistry we never fully learned when we were in medical school. I mean, we really had to go back and relearn some things about biochemistry because LAM is teaching us about how this pathway controls cellular metabolism. And it's absolutely true that the study of LAM is rewriting these pathways. So when your children go to, I guess your grandchildren go to high school, the Krebs cycle will look different because of the study of LAM and tuberous sclerosis. These are some examples. I don't expect anybody to understand the titles, but these are papers that were funded by patients through in this case, the LAM Foundation, that tell us something about what cellular pathways LAM is controlling. And in this case, the pathway that is dysregulated in LAM is driving DNA synthesis through this special pathway. And that's a target. That's a new target. We understand something about what the LAM cell is doing different from other cells, and that makes it targetable. And this is one of the most exciting areas for trials in the future, as far as I'm concerned, poisoning the LAM cell's penchant for making more DNA. If you poison that, you might be able to kill the LAM cell instead of just suppress it. This is another example of a science paper in Science, which is perhaps the most prestigious basic science journal in the world, or Nature, Cell. There are 2 or 3 of them, but the study of LAM is making it to these highest levels of scientific publication. And I think LAM stock has never been higher. This FDA approval of miles has led to approvals now in Russia, Japan, and Korea. The company that owns this drug, rapamycin, is approaching the governments of Brazil and the European Union about approval. At the National Institutes of Health Rare Disease Day on Leap Day this year, Francis Collins had a 12-minute speech. 4 minutes of it was about LAM. And it was the only example of a disease that he used in his speech for progress. So of the 7,000 rare diseases in the world, he chose LAM as an exemplar of progress. You can view this online, actually. If you Google NIH Rare Diseases Day 2016, it's quite something. The study, and I mentioned already about the textbooks. So these are the 3 docs in the world who I think about LAM in the shower. And there are 100 docs who write about LAM, but there's 3 who wake up every day and relate everything to LAM, I think, and whose colleagues think about them as the LAM guy. I'm sure Simon is definitely the LAM guy in the UK, and I think people in the US think about Joel and I that way. And I was happy to hear the attendance for today was projected to be 93 or 94 because Joel's attendance in 2004 was 92. But then I heard that 3 people didn't show, so is there anybody out in the hall there that we could... So, but this is the slide I'm going to send to Joel. Projected attendance, 94, and I have this little expansion thing too that I'll put in there. And Jan has already told you that Simon received the LAM Foundation Scientific Advancement Award in 2014, which was very well deserved. And this was the slide I used to introduce him. There are 3 scientists in the world. Actually, this isn't going to work now. It's coming up backwards here, but I'll put everything. So there are 3 scientists in the world who don't need first names. They're, like Madonna and Sting, don't need first names. So this guy, I don't even know, does this guy appear in the UK? Oh, darn. Well, so Joel Osteen, he's like a motivational religious guy, and everybody knows who Joel is, and this is the Joel in the United States, and everybody, you know who this person is, but nobody in the United States knows who this person is. So it's Jilly Cooper, right? And this is Jilly Evans, who's one of our scientists from New Zealand, who's very animated. This is actually the closest thing to a still photo of her we ever had. And then there's this Simon and this guy. I know you know this Simon and this Simon. So this international partnership with the UK has been extremely important. And we're writing guidelines together now. We're actually looking into our populations to look for interesting subsets of patients that, for instance, with unclassifiable lung disease, we'll be writing a paper together about that. The Japanese were part of the MILES trial. These two guys, Gichi Inoue and Ko Nakata, were pivotal partners in the MILES trial. At the end of the trial, when they ran out of money, the LAM Foundation provided them with $150,000 to finish the trial, and this was the slide that Ko Nakata showed. This is supposed to be Sue Burns rescuing Ko Nakata and him appreciating in reciprocation there. He was very proud of this fish, by the way, and I told him that they were complaining to me that I was sending them all these documents in English to Japan for the MILES trial, and they would have to translate and back translate, and how much trouble that was. So at the last year's LAMposium, they told me that the official language in Japan is Japanese, and that I should understand that. So I said I meant to show him this slide. I didn't get to it actually, but I said, no, the reason I'm not understanding the difference, why, about the nature of the native language in Japan is because in Japan you call this a fish, and in the United States we call this a fish. So he hasn't seen this slide, but I hope he's looking. So one of the things that, as Jan was saying about being a part of this community for the last 20 years is just how much we learn from our patients about a lot of things. But I think joie de vivre, there's a lot of people who speak French in this room, I'm embarrassed, but and courage, and the people are focused on solutions and living and not problems and dying. And people come to meetings like this. They go to college and finish school. They go through these harrowing experiences with pneumothoraces and transplants and emerge, joyful people. I wanted to tell you this story about a patient in the United States. Many of you are online, so you probably know this person, Beverly Hardin Jackson. So she was she is a tennis player. She won her age category in 2000, her 50 to 64 category, the Arkansas State Championships. In 2005, she was diagnosed with LAM, and she was too short of breath to play. So she devised an oxygen system to deliver 15 liters to herself while she was playing tennis. She got a backpack, and she put oxygen in there. And but the commission, the tennis commission in Arkansas, told her she can't do that because she might hurt somebody. So she can't play competitive tennis on oxygen. So she wrote to them and was granted a waiver to use this backpack oxygen while playing. This is her with her backpack. She won the doubles tennis championship the next year in her age group, 60 to 64. She was started on rapamycin in the MILES trial, and she's been stable since then. And this is her lung function over the course of the last 10 years or so. And this is a quote from her. I'm playing the best tennis since my diagnosis. My team won the Arkansas State Championship for 65 years and older in 2014, and she contributed to the win. And she said she wouldn't be at LAMposium in 2015 because there's an important tennis tournament that weekend. And actually, she's come off. She no longer needs oxygen at rest, which is remarkable after having been on oxygen at rest for a very long time. So in some people, sirolimus can lead to an improvement in oxygenation. So some of the things we can do together, US and UK, we're starting a registry in the United States called MIDAS that I'd like to do this globally. You're already doing this in the UK in a very effective way. It's collecting data and cataloging symptoms over time. We'd like to do that for all LAM patients, and the original purpose of this is to understand the natural history of what's happening on sirolimus and the long-term effectiveness and safety of sirolimus, but it's also a way to gather information about natural history of LAM. This study was funded in the United States. It has the ability to become global, but it's a slog to go through IRB approval and contracting with institutions, so it's taking a very long time to get off the ground. I'll talk a little bit about a trial called MILD, which is what I think is a very important next step in LAM, which is to determine if we should be starting earlier. Because as it stands now, we wait for people to progress or lung function to become abnormal, and then we stabilize people sometimes in a not very good place. And it's conceivable that if we started earlier, perhaps we could prevent it from progressing. So the idea is to do the MILES trial again in people who have normal lung function. And that's something we're trying to get funded now. Biomarker development is something I think we could do together, and something we are already doing together is developing guidelines going forward. So the ERS guidelines you've already heard about from Jan. It's been cited. Any of us are happy to have a paper cited more than 100 times. It's been cited almost threefold more than that. It's a very important document, but it's now 5 years old, and there have been other developments. So we've developed a committee that includes Simon and many people from Europe to develop additional guidelines that address issues like the use of sirolimus, whether to use hormone therapy, whether to use doxycycline, and how to use VEGF-D. These have been accepted for publication, and they'll be published probably in the fall. There's a part 2 to the guidelines that's circulating. A draft is now circulating. This is to address issues of whether you can use the high-resolution CT alone for diagnosis, whether transbronchial biopsy is useful, when you should have pleurodesis in the course of LAM, and whether pleurodesis is a contraindication to transplant. So these are coming. I anticipate the second part of the LAM guidelines will be published in 2017. There's a similar to your registry. There's a registry that was conducted through the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute in the 1990s, late 90s and early 2000s, in which patients were followed every 6 to 12 months for 5 years. There were only 2 papers published from that experience, but a lot of time has passed now, and there are a lot of events that have occurred. So this becomes a very powerful historical database before sirolimus was in the picture to understand what factors predict progression in LAM, what sort of markers we can use to understand which people are going to progress and which people are going to be stable. So we've obtained all of the information from this registry. Nishant Gupta is leading this. He's a young physician in my group, and he's been able to obtain studies about death and transplant from our national agencies that address those things, or that keep records of those things. And since that, in the 15 years since this registry was concluded, there have been 53 transplants and 43 deaths out of about 200 patients. So there's a large number of events that can help us define which factors correlate with outcomes of death or transplant. And we'll be looking at VEGF-D and other biomarkers, what rate of lung function decline, menopausal status, et cetera. And as I heard Simon mention yesterday, there's also a concept that you could use this to develop a LAM risk calculator. If you can figure out which factors are important, you can plug them into an equation, basically, and patients could determine on their own, even online, like we do for whether we should be taking statins or blood pressure medicine. There are online calculators to help you with a risk assessment by just plugging in your data, and a risk factor pops out at the bottom. So it's conceivable we could develop a tool like this for LAM patients to help them make decisions about whether that person should start sirolimus and other things. So I was going to say a couple of words about ways we use VEGF-D and the use of sirolimus in Cincinnati, and you've heard some of this already. We use it to make the diagnosis of LAM in patients who have typical lung cysts but no other clues. And it works about 50% of the time. Not everybody has an elevated VEGF-D. If it's not elevated, it's not very helpful. But it does save some people from needing a biopsy. We have a lab in the United States that offers this commercially. It's a little clunky to order. We're trying to fix that. but it is, I think, a useful diagnostic test. It's also useful for decision-making about when to start treatment, because if the level's higher, patients in the MILES trial in the placebo group tended to progress more rapidly. That was the bad news. The good news is if the level of VEGF-D was higher, they tended to respond better to treatment too. So having an elevated or a normal VEGF-D can figure into the equation of whether to start this drug or not. How do we hope to be able to use VEGF-D in the future? It would be wonderful if we could figure out how to use VEGF-D to determine the dose of sirolimus that people should be on. I'm finding that lower doses work well. Most of my patients are on 1 milligram a day and are stable. Not all of them. In some cases, we've tried 1 milligram and lung function continued to decline, and it became clear we needed 2. But in most of my patients are on 1. Unfortunately, I don't want to have to tax somebody for 5% of their lung function to figure out whether they need 1 or 2 milligrams. I'd rather have a marker that helps me predict who's going to need 1 milligram or 2 milligrams or 3 milligrams. And VEGF-D has that potential because it's in the pathway that's gone haywire in LAM. And if you can reduce it, it's good evidence you're hitting the mark with the drug. So that's a hope for the future. We'll be able to use it in that way. Also, to get an early idea of whether sirolimus is going to work at all. Imagine if you started on sirolimus and a month later you could get a VEGF-D level, or 2 months later, and a low level suggested that you'd have a good lung function response at a year. That's very reassuring if it's true. That's something we can look into. We haven't yet proven that, but it would be wonderful if we had a marker that told us whether whether lung function was likely to respond. And it'll make trials much faster if we can figure out how to use VEGF-D as a surrogate. We call that a surrogate endpoint. It predicts whether an important endpoint is going to change for the better over time. So if we can do that, this and other biomarker could be used to make trials much faster. As it stands now, lung function is a crummy endpoint for trials. It takes too long, it's too variable, and we'd all like a better endpoint. Now, how do I know if my LAM is going to progress? I know Simon's going to talk a little bit about this, but I think the best indicator that we have is really how LAM has behaved in the past. So if lung function has been fast in the past, and by fast I mean 200 cc's per year, it's likely to be fast in the future too. And that isn't always true, but it's often true. And more typical rate of decline in LAM is about 70 to 100 cc's of FEV1 per year. Normal for a person who doesn't have lung disease is about 30 cc's per year. So this is about 3-fold faster than normal. And slow in postmenopausal patients, often we see rates of decline that are in the normal range, 30 to 40 cc's per year. So we use this, I think, more than any other biomarker to try to understand whether someone's likely to progress in the future. If we have historical data, it's very helpful for predicting the future. And it's clear that menopausal status has a big effect. In the MILES trial placebo group, the premenopausal patients lost 200 cc's in a year. The postmenopausal patients, 40 cc's in a year. So there's a 5-fold difference in rate of decline in patients depending on their menopausal status. And as I mentioned, VEGF-D level was useful, seems to be useful for predicting rate of decline as well. What patients are we treating with sirolimus? Well, we treat patients with abnormal lung function. And that usually means FEV1 or DLCO is less than 70% of predicted or so. And that's based on the fact that these are the patients who enrolled in the MILES trial, and these are the patients we have randomized controlled clinical trial data about. But over time, many of us are modifying this a bit. If people have gas trapping, maybe that's enough of an indicator of lung function effect that we should consider using sirolimus. I think a lot of us are using, although this wasn't directly tested in the MILES trial, if we see someone who's declining very rapidly, even if they're still in the normal range, we think about using sirolimus. And finally, patients who have problematic effusions or other lymphatic complications. Sirolimus works very well for lymphatic complications in most people. So although we only have small case series in terms of data for this indication, I think we've all been impressed. Many of us have been impressed about how well sirolimus works for lymphatic problems. And I mentioned earlier already, that we're using lower and lower doses, and that 1 milligram of sirolimus a day keeps most patients stable, but not all. And it's tricky business to try to titrate up and down, risking that lung function might decline while you're trying to figure out what the right dose is, and we need a better marker for that. So is sirolimus safe over long periods of time? This is a very important question. Simon has some, I saw yesterday some wonderful data that spans now 4 or 5 years, and some of us have anecdotal experience with patients who've been on the drug for 8 to 10 years. But really the only published data for long-term use is by Dr. Moss's group over about a 3.5-year period for about 20 patients. So we really don't know yet whether sirolimus is safe and effective for long periods of time. I mean, I think we have a lot of optimism about that, but we need to prove it. So this MIDAS registry that I mentioned already is our mechanism to try to determine that. We already have about 150 patients enrolled in the United States. As soon as we figure out how to get past all the IRBs and contracting issues in the United States, we're going to move on to international sites. And many countries already have a very nice registry that's ongoing. I hope we can figure out ways to merge these and truly understand how safe and effective this drug is with large numbers of patients. So the question of should we be treating patients early before symptoms develop or any effect on lung function develops, this is a patient named Andrea Slattery. I have her permission to use this image. She's now the chairman of the board of the LAM Foundation. She's about 38 years old, I believe. She's a marathon runner. She's a hedge fund manager. She's got a very busy job. She learned she had LAM and wanted to test some homeopathic approaches to treatment. She's a marathon runner, and she was noting that her exercise tolerance was going down. So she resisted starting on sirolimus for a while, and her lung function declined at the rate of about 200 cc's per year until she started on sirolimus. And since then, her lung function has been stable. So the idea with MILD is that perhaps for people like Andrea, we could convince them to be randomized to receive the drug at a low dose or a placebo, and then look to see how people do over the course of 2 years and see if earlier treatment is safe, effective. Early low-dose treatment is safe, effective, and effective at reducing rate of decline in a prophylactic way to prevent development of disease. This is a trial we've been trying to get funded for the last 3 years or so. It's not as scientifically interesting as the MILES trial was when that was presented for funding, so it's been a little more difficult, but I think it's just as important. I mean, why are we waiting until people are sick and then starting the drug? Why couldn't we think about starting the drug earlier if it could be used at a low dose at a level that doesn't induce much in the way of symptoms? I think the more we use this drug, the more comfortable we become with it. It does have side effects, and we have to respect the potential for adverse effects, but I think at low doses it can be very, very safe. What about people who don't respond? Is there such thing as resistance to sirolimus? And I meant to talk to Simon about this yesterday because I've seen only a handful of patients, and one of the great ironies in this whole story is that Sue Burns' daughter, Andrea, is one of the people who sirolimus doesn't seem to be doing anything for. So she's declining despite the use of sirolimus. And we'd like to understand why that happens. What's different about Andrea's LAM than other people? And we have a lot of work to do to get to the bottom of issues like this. And again, I think it's the great minority. I think in all of my phone calls and emails from LAM patients, I probably know of about 10 patients who feel that sirolimus has stopped working for them or never worked for them. And I want to download from Simon more about what his experience has been. These are trials that are either completed, now open, or pending in the United States and around the world for LAM. Of course, we've talked about the MILES trial. There was a similar trial using everolimus. It says similar. It was a smaller open-label trial, meaning there was no placebo group, there was no control group. There were 23 patients that were placed on everolimus, and they enjoyed stability, much like the effect we see with sirolimus. It doesn't prove safety and efficacy in the same way as a randomized trial, but it's good evidence that these two very similar drugs work very similarly for LAM. Doxycycline, Simon told you about, was very important to include or exclude as a treatment for LAM, and it doesn't look like it's going to be an effective treatment going forward. There are several ideas for therapies that are add-ons to sirolimus, like hydroxychloroquine. In the laboratory, it looks like if you add sirolimus to this drug, which is an anti-malarial category drug used for lupus and other diseases, and it's quite safe. The combination of those two things affect autophagy, which is a cellular process for maintaining energy stores when there's no food around. If you use this drug together with sirolimus in the lab, it kills LAM cells, and it's being tested now in a trial in the United States that's close to enrollment and should be publishing soon. The TRAIL trial was a trial of letrozole in postmenopausal women with LAM. We were looking for 50 patients. We only got 18 to enroll, so we're not going to have conclusive conclusions that prove anything from that trial. We'll have some safety information. The MILES trial published about the same time as this trial opened, and I think that compromised enrollment significantly. There's a sirolimus trial in Japan that was the safety study that's now being reviewed for publication. Statins are interesting in LAM. In the laboratory, they also seem to potentiate the effect of sirolimus and kill cells. Saracatinib is a brand new idea that's just now in phase 2 of a trial in the United States. It's a drug that's been tested for cancer. It's got considerable toxicity profile, and we're using it at a dose that's moderate, so it should be quite well tolerated in LAM patients, but we'll have to see that over the course of the trial. MIDAS is this observational study I told you about. Inhaled sirolimus is an idea that's coming down the pike. This therapy is being developed by a company named LAM Therapeutics. They're looking into launching trials throughout Europe, and we expect the first patient to receive this drug by an inhaled route in this coming year. Gleevec is being tested in the United States. That's the drug that's used for chronic myelogenous leukemia. There's a small trial opening in the United States soon. Celecoxib is an aspirin-like drug. There's some reason to believe that aspirin-like therapies might be useful in killing LAM cells. That'll open in Boston in the next few weeks. And then sirolimus is being proposed in the MILE trial, as I mentioned. A few extra ideas for trials that are interesting. Resveratrol is the agent in red wine that is an antioxidant and has a lot of properties attributed to it. You can't drink enough red wine to help LAM, but you sure can try. But it's used at doses that are, maybe 100 bottles of wine equivalent or something like that, and it's quite safe. Quite safe in the laboratory. Together with sirolimus, it kills LAM cells. That trial has been written, and an IND is being applied for, so that'll probably be launching in the next maybe 18 months or so. This purine synthesis, this DNA synthesis idea that I mentioned earlier, the LAM pathway, when it's gone haywire, drives DNA synthesis. If you poison DNA synthesis in that context, LAM cells don't like that, and they die in the lab. So that's an idea there are therapies available that could possibly be taken off the shelf. They're approved by agencies like the EU, et cetera. I think mesorbine is used in the EU for some things. No, I was told that, but methotrexate certainly is a drug we use a lot. Metformin is another idea. It's sort of an mTOR inhibitor, like sirolimus and everolimus, and there's been a lot of interest in this for a long time, but there's yet to be a trial in LAM. And then some ideas that are a little further down the pike. Sirolimus is pumped out of cells by transporters. If you could poison them, perhaps you could have a beneficial effect on LAM, because the concentration of sirolimus would accumulate in LAM cells to higher levels. In LAM, the cells that are usually dependent on glucose for growth become addicted to glutamine for growth. So if you could starve cells of glutamine, perhaps you could have a treatment for LAM. Those tend to be poorly tolerated therapies in animals, so it's a long way before a human, I think, will get a glutamine inhibitor. And then this pathway, VEGF-D, VEGFR3, which is its receptor, is very interesting, I think, in LAM, and there are lots of ideas for how to target that. So these are the ideas that I hear about for trials in the future. There are a lot of trials ongoing, which is unbelievable for a disease this rare. So I think that, as I mentioned earlier, there's every reason to be optimistic. These are the annual lung transplants for LAM in the United States, and they're now at their lowest level since 1998. That's a very good thing. I don't know if this is going to be a trend. I hope to see the dot for 2016 down here, or whether this is just a blip. But it does have other implications. It's harder to get lung tissue now. There's only 6 events per year where lung tissue is available at transplant in the United States. So it becomes very important that we capitalize on every opportunity. The waiting list has stayed about the same. There's usually about 10 patients on the waiting list for transplant in the United States. And there have been roughly, 120 LAM for LAM since 1979. This is an issue that comes up a lot in meetings, whether generics is the form of sirolimus you get in the UK, is that the patented or the branded form? In the United States, often sirolimus gets swapped, or the Rapamune, the branded agent, gets swapped for a generic form. There's every reason to believe it's as effective and safe as the branded form, but patients want to know for sure, and I think that's absolutely a reasonable request. So that's something we're going to be looking into, is trying to determine if the generic form is free of any contaminants, it's just as stable and just as effective as the branded sirolimus. So what's next? For me, the most important thing is to refine the approach to suppressive therapy with mTOR inhibitors, and that's really through this MILD trial, and develop mechanisms for rapid trials throughout this LAM Foundation network. You can see with all these ideas for trials, the rate-limiting factor is getting these mammoth undertakings up and going. I think all of us have gained a healthy appreciation for how much work and troubleshooting there is in any one of these studies that involves multiple centers. And we've got to develop a better way to find new drugs. And one way is to be sure we understand where the patients are and who's interested in trials and who has the right set of eligibility criteria for trials, so that we can approach people in a rapid way. And someday we're going to need some way to govern this, because the trials are bumping into each other. These trials are all launching at the same time. Every LAM trial in history so far is under-enrolled. So even Miles, we're looking for 120 patients. We got 89. Simon I think you got 2/3 of the patients you wanted. And in the trail trial, we got less than half the patients we needed. So unless we can improve interest in trials at the level of patients, we're not going to be able to find this cure that Jan mentioned. And finally, the real brass ring is remission-inducing therapies, where we actually kill LAM cells, not just suppress them. And I think that because they have these differences from normal cells, there are targets that we've got that have a lot of promise. And there's a lot of reasons to believe that we can find a therapy that will kill LAM cells instead of just suppress them. I think I'm going to skip this one because I mentioned it. In terms of refining the approach to the use of mTOR inhibitors, providing access to the drug for all is an important priority for me, and that starts with FDA approval, because that leads to approval in countries where you can't get the drug unless it is approved. So in Japan, the government won't pay for it unless it's on their approved list for that disease. So getting drug approval there is all important, and in Korea and in China. It's not the same in the UK, but it does have other benefits. So these regulatory approvals, I think, are very important. Personalized dosing, we talked about, that's very important. Determining if early treatment prevents progression, determining if the drug can be safely given over long periods of time, and finding markers that allow us to determine who will progress and who will respond. These are the pathways that could constitute Achilles heels for LAM cells. All of these pathways that involve synthesis of proteins and lipids and protein degradation and nucleotide synthesis, DNA synthesis, they're all turned on in the LAM cell. And every one of them is targetable with drugs that are already FDA approved for other indications. So there are lots of drugs to test, and really the rate limiting step is going to be getting trials together to do the testing. We really need a way to estimate the total body burden of LAM cells. This is a PET scan where we give people radioactive sugar and then we put a camera over them to collect the image. And the radioactivity concentrates in areas where cancer cells are taking up the sugar very avidly. I forget what this tumor is, but you can see that it is extensively involving the neck and the center of the chest. This was after therapy. You can see that this therapy was very effective. All of that is gone. We need something like this for LAM. This is a better endpoint than lung function. It is conceivable we could develop a PET scan for LAM, but it's going to require some research. It isn't going to be easy as radio-labeled sugar. So I have a few words from Sue Sherman, the new chairman of the LAM Foundation. This is her. She started about 2 years ago, and she's terrific. She's has this warm message of welcome, which I don't think I'll read to you, but it will be available. We'll make these slides available after the talk if you'd like to read it. She just thanks LAM Action for all they've done for LAM and Nottingham for all that it's done for LAM research. And she wanted me to share a couple of things that are going on in the foundation with you. So over the course of this 10-year period from 95, or 20-year period from 95 to 2015, Foundation has raised about $21 million and devoted more than half of that to research, mostly to the research portfolio, but also to trials and scientific meetings. It's funded about 120 projects and 77 unique investigators. It has a 31-member scientific advisory board. The rare lung disease meeting I'm going to talk about a little bit. There's the Lamposium this year is a little bit different. There's an effort, there's a patient that's going on a worldwide tour to meet LAM patients all over the world, Sarah Poitras, that's going to begin soon. Sue Sherman's headed to Brazil to try and help with getting approval for sirolimus in Brazil. We're anxious to expand this global LAM clinic and research network. There's a lung procurement, tissue procurement task force in the United States, much like what I heard about from Jan. And there's an oxygen access task force. There's a crisis in oxygen access in the United States that's been driven by some changes with Medicare and Medicaid that has really made it difficult for some LAM patients to get their oxygen. So the foundation is very active at working on that issue. This network of LAM clinics has opened its doors to other rare lung diseases. These are now the 20 or so rare lung diseases that are being tracked in these clinics. Many of them have single gene explanations and are very targetable and treatable. These are the numbers of patients followed in those clinics. One that I've become interested in, not just because it rhymes with LAM, but because it has a single gene defect, is called alveolar microlithiasis, and it's been very helpful and useful to me. I've been able to find 50 or so patients with this disease around the world and to collect samples and to put studies together for this other rare disease that I think also could end up with a treatment in the next 10 years or so. But this has been very helpful in a collaborative way from learning from other groups, having them learn from us, sharing ideas. It's been tremendously helpful. And this is really the basis for the Rare Lung Disease Consortium meeting that I'll tell you about in just a minute. LAM Foundation has revamped its website. And one of the things that we've been doing in the last 6 months or so is improving the Wikipedia site, because if you're diagnosed with LAM in, I don't know, Senegal, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to read, you're going to go online, and you're going to look for an authoritative source. And Wikipedia is a window on the world. It's sometimes accurate, sometimes not, but we've tried to make the LAM piece very accurate, and we've asked for authorship from all over the world. Simon wrote a piece. Other people have put together pieces for this, and it's now a very complete source of information for people with LAM, interested in LAM. It gets about 250 hits per day. You look at this yourself. There's a little history calculator on the Wikipedia page. There was a surge on this day. I don't know. We're going to have to try to repeat whatever that was. But mostly it's about 250 hits per day. And this other disease that I'm interested in, before the Wikipedia page, we were getting about 4 hits a day, and now we're up to about 7 hits a day. So I think we're heading up. We've also embedded this little sentence at the end of the Wikipedia page that if you're interested in hearing about trials, that you can sign up on this privacy-protected site. That's an NIH tool. I don't know, I can't know who these people are that sign up on the site, but if I want to get them a message that there's a trial coming, they're on this listserv basically, and put the message out. So they don't have to join anything. All I have to do is say, I'd like to hear about anything any new progress or any news about this disease. So we're hoping that this will become a mechanism for basically increasing recruitment for all kinds of efforts for this disease, for LAM, and for PAM and other diseases. And scientists all over the world can make use of this. If you're interested in PAM and you're from Japan, you can ask to address the population of people who've signed up for learning about PAM. The LAM Foundation holds these regional conferences that are one of Sue Sherman's signature new ideas, which is to go to cities. Instead of having everybody come to Cincinnati for the LAM conference, she goes to them. And they have conferences that are usually composed of about 20 or 30 patients, and the LAM clinic director from that site, and host little mini symposiums. She's visited all of these LAM clinics shown at the bottom of the screen since ATS 2015. So she's been traveling a lot. These liaison groups have also been a very useful construct. The United States is carved up into 21 regions, and there are liaison meetings that occur in these regions. There have been about 31 meetings in 2015, many in conjunction with the LAM clinics in their area, and it provides very nice personalized support for LAM patients and their families. These are the LAM meetings that are recently completed and coming up. So the LAM meeting was in Cincinnati for most of the last 20 years, but it moved to Chicago for 3 or 4 years, and now it's back in Cincinnati for the rare lung disease meeting, and this is going to be a combined meeting, as I'll show you in a moment. We had a specialty meeting called a biomarker meeting, which was, Simon was there as well in Atlanta. It was an effort to get together and brainstorm about biomarkers, and then put together a grant funding program for people to apply to that had been at that meeting to fully develop their ideas that they brought up there. And that we've yet to see the sort of the downstream benefits of those projects, but we're hoping to hear in form of publications very soon. There's going to be a combined tuberous sclerosis LAM meeting in DC. There's going to be a patient benefit meeting on the West Coast. And the idea behind this meeting is that investigators will be asked to propose studies that could come to patient benefit within 5 years. And that forces people to think in a very translational mode. This idea of basically developing VEGF-D as a personalized dosing biomarker, that potentially could be accomplished in 5 years, something like that. I'm very excited about this idea. We're going to hold it on the West Coast just to give better access to people who haven't been able to come east for the LAM meeting. There'll be another LAMposium in Chicago in 2018. I think Jan already showed a picture. There's usually about 120. I think the most ever was 150 LAM patients, and about an equal number of family members that have come to the LAM meeting in the past. This year it's going to be held together with other rare lung disease groups that I showed you earlier. There's going to be a first day of the meeting that's devoted to having our clinic directors updated about rare lung diseases, about 15 or 20 rare lung diseases. There'll be a typical celebration banquet that evening. Our speaker is Frank Sazanowski, who used to be the head of the National Organization of Rare Diseases and who has a rare disease himself. Then we'll have a typical LAM meeting on Saturday, and other rare disease groups will be getting together to discuss trials in their rare diseases. We'll have the typical gala on Saturday night, and then a LAM Clinic Director Congress on Sunday for a 4-hour period just to talk about collaborative projects we could do together. The foundation has raised $50,000 to bring people in from LAM clinics around the world. So Simon's an invited speaker, and he's fully covered, but he has $1,000 if he wants to bring somebody with him from the LAM clinic. There's partial coverage for that person if the site can muster the other piece. So we'd like to have not just doctors there. We want clinic nurses and research coordinators to come. We'll hope people will take full advantage of that. These are the LAM Foundation grant programs. So we have our typical grant program that gives away about $350,000 a year. These are now awarded through a face-to-face study section, which means that we bring in our 10 scientists or so that talk about the grant applications face-to-face. And that's a very useful mechanism for sorting out which grants should be funded, because you feel very obligated to go through these grants in great detail and to defend them or criticize them to your colleagues in a way that is fair and basically yields the best possible slate of grants for funding. There's going to be a pilot clinical trial, RFA, $50,000 trial, RFA, coming out in the next month or so. So if you have an idea that you'd like to get safety data on a drug like metformin and would like to propose a small trial, there will be $50,000 for that. And there's now a coordinated effort with the University of Pennsylvania. It's a $1 million bike ride that has been raising about $100,000 a year that is distributed by them. Their scientists do the reviewing and distribution, but these grants are devoted to LAM. These are the awards for 2014 and 2015, and as Jan mentioned, Debbie Clements received an award in 2014, and Simon is going to be the grant program chair. I think he had a beer in him when he agreed to this. I have to confirm that, but I think he's going to be the grant program chair in 2017. And one of the ideas behind rotating LAM Foundation meeting chairs and LAM Foundation grant program chairs is just to sort of eliminate biases, so we can have a different chair every year. I didn't even attend the grant session last year just to have fresh eyes on all the grants. But that's one of the principles of the foundation, is we like to be viewed as a very fair, equitable organization. These are some examples of recent publications. Most of them, they're too detailed here to go into, but most of them deal with targets that are interesting. The first one about how to isolate LAM cells from the lung. The second one about a drug called axitinib, which looks very promising. The third one about a new gene that looks, or fourth one about a new gene that looks promising in LAM. And then this by Lindsay Hoy. The third one is an anesthesiologist with LAM who told her story in the medical literature in this journal called Anesthesiology. It was very moving. I encourage everybody to read that. And if you can't find it or it's not accessible to you, just write to the foundation and they can send it, the LAM Foundation. These are other high-profile publications in the best journals: Cell, Journal of Experimental Medicine, all funded by patients. Glutamine is a target, prostaglandins is a target, an aspirin-like target, and also estrogen targets, all outlined in these articles. So what do I tell new patients? I tell them there's every reason to be optimistic. We have an effective therapy, that this drug effectively suppresses LAM in the same way as blood pressure medicine suppresses hypertension or statins suppress cholesterol. So I see in publications that this drug is listed as it's only partially effective. But we don't describe statins that way. I mean, they suppress their target. If you stop the statin, your cholesterol goes back up. So these are suppressive drugs. They're not inferior drugs. They're useful for this disease. We need to do better. We need to find remission-inducing drugs. But this is a very, very nice first step. The best scientists in the world are interested in the LAM pathway, and the rate of progress has been astounding. So what can a patient do? Enroll in trials is number 1, 2, 3 to me. Donate research data and samples. Answer the queries from the LAM Action and the LAM Foundation. This has been very helpful to even writing grants. If I'm trying to figure out how many patients might be interested in a trial with a certain drug, the LAM Foundation sends out a query to all 800 people that are on the listserv, and we get 300 or 400 responses in a day. And I can include that in the grant application. I can say that when I asked whether people were interested in saracatinib, 90% of people wanted to hear more. That helps with getting grants funded and trials started. So it's really important that LAM patients participate. And Jan was mentioning this membership thing is so, or actually it was Kelly, that membership is, oh no, both of you, but membership is so important. Unless this organization can speak for the whole LAM population in the UK, it's not as strong. It's very important that patients join and participate. And we try to encourage all our patients to attend a LAM clinic at least once a year. And I think I'll stop there. Oh, sure. We have a few minutes for questions, I guess.
Could I start? That was absolutely brilliant. BGDF, do you get false positives? You said if it was low, the implication was that you might still have LAM. You weren't sure. But could you have a high level and it not be LAM?
So that's a very good question. I don't know if everybody heard that, but is VEGF-D specific for LAM? That is, when it says, when it's elevated in a patient with cystic lung disease, is it always LAM? And in our experience, the answer is yes. There was one report from France that a Berthold-Dubé patient had a level greater than 800. So there's no test that's perfect. I imagine this test isn't perfect, but we haven't seen it fail in Cincinnati. And I don't know, Simon, have you found false positive VEGF-Ds?
Oh, one person in the control group who actually a few weeks later turned out to have breast cancer in actual practice.
Metastatic breast cancer, or? Yeah, so it's conceivable that in metastatic diseases that involve the lymphatic system, that VEGF-D might be, it's elevated in some of those diseases. But yeah, so it's quite specific though.
There's one from the internet. She says, "This is just amazing. It's encouraging as we have come a long way. I'd like to know if the drug could be safe to administer during pregnancy for someone with a stable but impaired lung function."
I was hoping there wouldn't be any pregnancy questions. Yeah, we talked about this at the LAM meeting at the American Thoracic Society this year. So sirolimus is pregnancy category C, which is sort of a moderate risk category. It's not a teratogen. It doesn't produce abnormalities in fetal development that we know of. It does in rodents. It increases resorption of the fetus, so it can make attempts to get pregnant less successful in rodents. We don't know a lot about it in humans, and frankly, it would take decades to understand fully the effect on the fetus if we were to start using it in patients who are with LAM who get pregnant. But you know, I think all of us have softened a little bit on the idea of whether sirolimus could be used in pregnancy, but it's a sort of an anxiety-provoking thought that needs, you know, sort of consensus opinion, I think, if we were ever to go that way. We have had a few patients who've been in very tight spots, like on already pregnant and getting worse kind of things, and the maternal fetal people have given us the advice that sirolimus is not a drug that they're tremendously scared about in pregnancy. So I don't want to endorse it, but I do want to say that it's worthy of further consideration.
Yes, could you just, I'm one of the people that receives emails periodically about trials, and I've often wondered, because I can't, perhaps I'm not looking in the right place, but I don't see anywhere where it says this trial is only for residents in the United States. And I often wonder, well, could I join that? It seems like it could be done by distance. I know we did one of the swabs that everybody here, well, loads of people from LAM Action contributed to. But since then, have there been any that can be actually joined from someone here if it's based in the US? And is there any way to indicate that? Because obviously anybody in the world can read these things.
Right.
And it would be helpful to know whether this is just for one country or for many, many countries.
Yeah, that's a very good question. The interventional trials, for interventional trials, people almost always have to go to a site to participate. So if your country does not have a site, you can be assured that there's no mechanism for you to get the drug and be part of the trial in that country. We have to get approvals from the EU and the United States and Japan when we do these international trials, and that is very challenging. So most trials are, most trials are single country, unless you're a pharmaceutical company and you've got a floor of people to deal with all these regulations and things to get things through. So observational studies like MIDAS, that can definitely be done. That's not an interventional study. We don't prescribe anything. We don't change anything. We're just observing. So that can be done anywhere. But it still requires approvals that can be time-consuming to obtain. But MIDAS will someday be international, and there are other trials like that. But I hear your plea to make that very clear when we're writing these eligibility criteria.
Sorry, so you say MIDAS is or isn't joinable by somebody?
It is not yet open to international sites because we're still, trying to get through the U.S. approval processes. And as soon as we're done with that, we're going to move on and to international sites.
Yeah. Well, if that could be somewhere on there, that would be really helpful.
Yes.
Only at present open in the United States. So,
That's a very good idea.
okay,
Do our best. Remind me. Send me stuff.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. When in the early days of my diagnosis, I had a medical professional who had LAM who told me not to expect any scientific breakthroughs in my lifetime. And, it's nearly 20 years has gone by, and there's just such amazing progress. And, we really do owe Dr. McCormack and Professor Johnson and people like the researchers who are going to be here later today just our gratitude for that. So really, thank you very, very much. It is time for lunch. We've got the usual raffle and Christmas cards and plant sale and cake stall. There are also papers on the tables that you'll be eating at. So if you have questions for the Q&A later today, you can just drop them in a box after you write your question. We are running a bit late, but if you could come back at 2 o'clock, because we do have a pretty full afternoon. So yeah, make it back at 2. Thanks.
This isn't going to go ahead of me, is it? Is this on? Is this on? No, it's not. Oh, it is. Just checking. Is this working? Is this working? Is this working?
That was working. This one
This one
was
is
good.
not.
That's working too.
It is. Okay.
Well, there was a 400
Yep. Oh, we need this jam.
I know. Simon's going.
Yeah. Oh, she's in her office, isn't it?
No, she's done.
Oh, gosh. That's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it? No, you don't have to stand there. You can sit wherever you want. Yeah,
Stand up and smile at everyone if you like.
No, you can sit down. It's all right. Not too far away. Okay, so just well, let's just crack on. Okay, can everyone hear? Yes, this is working? Great. Well, thank you very much for coming back after lunch. We've got just a short, unscheduled session to do here. Very quick, but it is very important as well. Because whether you're new to LAM, or relatively new to LAM, or whether, like me and quite a number of people in this room, you've been part of the LAM community for a long time, you'll all be familiar with the name of Jan Johnson. Now, as Jan said, this is the last year that she's organising this event. And so just a few words of thanks and tribute. It's actually very hard to overstate just how important Jan's contribution to LAM Action has been over the years. Not just to LAM Action, but for any of us living with LAM. She's been the linchpin of the LAM community in the UK ever since LAM Trust, which was the predecessor to LAM Action, was set up 19 years ago. And not only has she put her heart and soul into the role, so has her entire family. Now, I've got a confession to make. I had actually been on the LAM Action Committee for about 2 years before I realised that Simon and Jan were married. And for those of you in the room who don't know that, this is the time to know. So that picture is actually a picture of a happy married couple. So I don't know, the shared surname should have been a giveaway, but for some reason I just hadn't made that connection. Anyway, maybe it's something we need to put on the website just to clarify matters. But it's obviously been very helpful for all of us here and in the LAM community to have had not just Jan but Simon too, to have this power couple working together for us, if not quite the Clintons. It's in a good way, yes. And actually, it's not just been Simon and Jan, because their daughters Sophie and Naomi have also been very hard at work for us over the years, helping behind the scenes at the meetings, helping with Christmas cards, and even this year designing cards as well. So we've really had the entire Johnson family working for us over the years. Now, I think Kelly touched on this earlier. Jan's role at LAM Action is she's described as being our coordinator, but behind that rather unassuming title lies a huge amount of activity. She's the first contact for most people here at LAM Action. She talks to newly diagnosed women and their families. She helps people with their fundraising, sends out fact sheets, publicity. She arranges all of the committee meetings, and I have to say, the food she's cooked for us for them is wonderful too. She's seen sort of both the happy and the sad side of LAM, so she talks to people who are having difficult times, and it always amazes me when she'll sort of drop into conversation that she'd been talking to X, who is family or partner of somebody from LAM who had died several years ago, that she keeps in contact with all these people still. But she also talks to the people who are having the happier times. So she's the first to know about the babies and all the other good news that we have. Christmas card sales she's done. And I can't decide which is most important. That she's arranged this event every year, which is an absolutely mammoth task. And I think this is equally important, she keeps Simon on the straight and narrow. So for all these things, Jan, thank you. It's certainly, when we were trying to draw up a job spec for Jan's successor, I think that's when the breadth and depth of the work that Jan does really became apparent. It wasn't just the list of things she did, it was the qualities that she brings to the role. So we need Jan's replacement to be someone who's very organised, very conscientious, very disciplined, who doesn't mind working on their own. And they've got to have a good understanding of LAM. And yet they also need to have superb interpersonal skills, to be caring, empathetic, and be a real people person. And we did ask the question when we'd drawn up this list, does such a person exist at all? And the fact that finding a replacement for Jan is proving so difficult and such a daunting task says it all. It's been quite difficult to put into words, Jan, how much we appreciate the work that you do. I tried to dig out some photos, but I can see now that all the best photos were used by Jan in her presentation. And the other thing is that Jan notoriously hates getting her photograph taken. So I did manage to get hold of this one, which is some BTS in the British Thoracic Society meeting in London in 2010. Obviously, the camera person has found them on the lunch break because poor old Grazina's mouth is absolutely full of sandwich. Jan, you were lucky because you were just about to take your bite. And the other person in the photo there is Sarah Maloney, our very glamorous Italian committee member who is now living in Italy, back in Italy. But some of you will recognize Sarah. I did get this photo from 2011, and Naomi's in it, and Naomi's friend. The thing to notice is Jan does not have a plate of food. Everyone else is eating, but Jan's rushing around, hasn't had time to have her lunch, which is quite typical. So, you've seen that one before. And there's one, Jan and Debbie Clements, who we're hearing from later. And in 2014, Jan and Sharon, we're hearing from later as well. And that was a nice one I finally got of you, Jan, last year, looking happy doing your presentation. So that was really good. But exactly. But the thing that I don't have any this year yet, but I was saying how difficult it was to put into words, and I did do quite a big poll of people say, what do you think of Jan? We made a word cloud, and this is where the bigger the word, the more times it's been mentioned. So the bigger the font, the more times it's been mentioned. And I did not manipulate this. This is what we came up with. So that sort of sums up. I'm going to pass on to Helen because she's got a few more words. Just a few.
Great. Thanks, Jill. Yeah, if you can all read
the word clouds up there, the words up there, you'll understand why we all as a committee wanted to stand here today on behalf of us all to say thank you very much to Jan, because she is every single one of those words up there, and it is all very, very heartfelt. So, including the words that were sent to Jill, Jill also received some lovely anecdotes, and I'm just going to read this, two of them to you. Jan is simply amazing. She has been a treasure to have as our LAM coordinator all of these years, and in all my dealings with Jan, I can honestly say that she is one of the loveliest people I've ever known.
That was Simon.
I don't know who that was, actually. Who was that?
She's here today.
Jan, you wrote that yourself, didn't you? And can I say who wrote this one?
Yes.
That's okay. And Havi, she wrote it and sent in, Jan was the first person to reply to my email in the days immediately following my diagnosis. At the time, I felt that my entire world had collapsed, and that the fact that LAM was so rare made me feel even more unfortunate. Jan's first email, warm, friendly, informative, really made a difference. In the email, she also said that it wasn't her normal working day, but she didn't want to leave my email unanswered, and that small act of kindness really stuck with me for two reasons. First, because it made such a difference to me at my most miserable time, and second, because it demonstrates that Jan understood how important her role was and what a difference she could and did make in it. My personal thoughts of Jan's is very, very succinct, really. Thank goodness for Jan Johnson. 8 years ago, when I was diagnosed, I was, like all of us here, just totally flummoxed. And my consultant at the time wrote down the word lymphangiomyomatosis in capitals on a long, thin piece of paper and passed it to me and said, go away and Google this. So I did. Went and Googled the oracle that is Google, used Google, and obviously thought, oh, okay. I went into a bit of a flat spin for 3 days. Like us all, again, I was angry, emotional, and more than anything, very, very confused. But during my search on the internet, I did actually come across LAM Action, and I didn't feel quite ready to sort of go any further, to contact anyone. But Charlie, my husband, said, go on, do it. And later that day, I did. I sent an email, and Jan contacted me later on that afternoon. And as Havi said, it wasn't her normal working day. So another example of Jan going above and beyond. I remember vividly speaking to you, Jan, the first time, and hearing your, and which still is, a very calm and steady voice, even though you don't think you have got a calm voice. You have. You have a very calm and steady voice. And it made me feel so much better. Knowing that there was somebody out there who knew about LAM and that was happy to speak to me about it was a relief, because I found that quite a lot of people didn't really want to talk about it. Jan also told me that there were many other LAM patients who'd lived with LAM for decades. And actually, that was probably the first night's sleep then I'd had for a long time. Jan organised me to speak to another LAM patient, Zoe Sutherland, who unfortunately isn't here today. But if you're listening, Zoe, hello. And do you know what? That was the best idea ever, Jan, so thank you for that. I was just taught by Jan and Zoe that life can go on with LAM. Jan's involvement and total commitment to LAM Action has inspired me to join the committee. It's only a year after, actually, I was diagnosed, I joined. I thought of all the help that Jan had given me and just wanted to reciprocate and give that back to some people as well. So it really is a privilege to be standing here with Jill today, and on behalf of all the committee, and calling you a friend and thanking you for everything. Lucy Faulkner down the front here, she wrote something which actually encapsulates everything that we want to say. Your message started off with Jan Johnson, sensitive, self-effacing superwoman. This is what Lucy went on to say. Every year, Jan is convinced that no one will come to the AGM, that speakers won't turn up, that the caterers won't be up to scratch, and that her presentation will be awful. Every year, she's proved wrong on all counts, especially the last one. For me, aka Lucy, well, and for us all really. Her presentation is a highlight of the day because it encapsulates all the positives of LAM Action, the dedication, bravery, imagination and generosity of all who are affected by LAM and strive to defeat it. Jan brings fundraising efforts to life with her anecdotes, and her empathy with all of us patients is obvious. It's a very, very difficult, or sorry, it is very, very difficult to imagine an AGM without her. She'll be here, Lucy. Jan, you truly have gone above and beyond. You've been dedicated to LAM Action for many years, as you told us earlier. So, thank you from all of us, from the bottom of our hearts and lungs, if that's not too crass to say. We've got a gift here for you from us all. And if you'd like to come up here, take a bow and allow us to applaud you for all of your hard work.
From one emotional segment to another, probably. This next segment, we're going to have some women give us their personal stories about LAM. And I think, obviously we're all different, and how the disease progresses differs for all of us, but it's still useful to hear from other women, because sometimes it takes the mystery and the fear away, and sometimes I think people just have really very practical advice for us. So we've got Helen Fry and Kate Burrows, Jill Hollis and Audrey Ferguson, I think, are the people we're going to have come up today. A couple of the other speakers couldn't make it here after all. So I think first up is Helen.
Can't really follow that. I'm Helen Fry, and I was diagnosed with LAM in May 2009 at the age of 42. Apart from thinking that I wasn't fit and don't go out running or anything like that, I didn't know that I had a problem until I had a spontaneous pneumothorax a few days after a flight home from New Zealand, where I'd spent my time coughing and becoming more and more breathless. Unfortunately, the doctors missed it, so for 2 weeks, while I got more and more out of breath, I was initially told there was nothing wrong. Then one Friday night I was told that I'd got heart failure at the age of 42 and to go on to diuretics. And finally they decided they'd send me for a chest x-ray. But there'd be nothing on the chest x-ray, it was just a formality. So off I went on the Tuesday morning early to get into the radiography department, thinking I'd be back at work within an hour or so, to be told, "Are you out of breath, Mrs. Fry?" So, yes. "Yeah, you've got a collapsed lung," as he walked me round to A&E. Now, I'm a veterinary nurse, and I know how drastic that is, but at that time it doesn't sink in. And they sat me down on a chair, and while I'm trying to ring home, they've got me into resus. And I'm, God, that was quick. You never get through that quickly. So I was taken into resus and a drain put in, and my husband duly called, and it all happened so quickly, so I didn't really know what was going on. Luckily for me, the chest consultant, who then started asking me all sorts of questions like, was I on the contraceptive pill, did I have kids, etc., etc., had met Simon not all that long before, which was sheer luck for me, because he referred me to Queen's Med. And still I didn't really take on board what was going on, because everything had happened so quickly. So when I got this letter saying I needed to go and see Dr. Simon Johnson, I'm okay, and off we trotted. but it was from the scan results, which also actually showed that I'd got an AML on my right kidney, and obviously seeing Simon that I was diagnosed with LAM. So a bit shell-shocked and not really knowing what I was up against, we came out of there absolutely, well, we don't know if this is good, bad or whatever. Now, I have to admit, I was another person that didn't know these two were married. Because Simon is so good at sort of keeping things neutral that he said to me, are you going to Google this? Now, my husband's a veterinary surgeon and I'm a veterinary nurse, so we're quite medically minded. Don't Google it, but there is this lady at LAM Action and she can provide you with information. And they do, yeah. And they do, you know, they'll give you the correct information. So I said, okay. So had the telephone number, and again, it took me a few days to muscle up the courage to ring. You can make all the excuses in the world of why you're not going to pick up the phone. But boy, when I did, that was no problem, because Jan was on the end of the phone and saying, right, okay, I'll send you out the information. We have a meeting in a couple of weeks. If you feel up to coming, I'll get somebody to ring you as well. And yes, very calming effect. So I came to the first meeting in 2009, having only been diagnosed for a couple of weeks, still not really knowing what I was getting into, but decided that having got the diagnosis, that I'd come to a LAM Action meeting, get the information I needed and leave. I didn't want to get involved with groups or anything like that. In fact, I didn't want to stand with a load of women that were going to be sobbing in a room going, woe is me, how wrong can I be? I'd got 2 children of 10 and 7, and I was just in despair and thought, right, I'll come, I'll do this Saturday, and then off I'll go. That was wrong, because I met up with several people and we all started chatting, and we were all on our first meeting here, and we've carried on keeping in touch. So since then I've had my ups and downs as well. In 2010 I then had emergency spinal surgery for a disc pushing against my spinal cord. The symptoms were over a few days, bank holiday weekend, that I started losing feeling in my bottom and down my legs. And the consultant at the hospitals, having no knowledge of LAM, said, well, you have to stay as you are, because if I put you on the table, you're going to die. So I spent one night in hospital sobbing and writing goodbye letters to my husband and my children, because it was after 5 o'clock and they wouldn't do anything at the hospital. So the next day, my husband and I requested that they speak to Simon, and we'd be guided by Simon and the anaesthetist as to what we were going to do. Not only did LAM Clinic pull out all the stops, because when I rang first thing in the morning, Simon said, just give me 2 minutes to pull your file and your last lung function. But he educated the hospital staff, and the anaesthetist came to speak to me and said, it's fine, we're all set up ready, at least we know what we're dealing with, and we'll carry on. And also, on top of that, Simon then rang me after the surgery while I was connected to a morphine pump. It was an interesting conversation, probably a bit one-sided at the time. But, you know, it just showed the caring of the man as well. So I have him to thank for literally standing here. I've had varying visits to A&E where I've had odd chest pains and thought, there's a lung gone again. And I now carry my LAM file with all my contact details and my information sheet. In fact, one doctor said, oh, can I bring everybody in, you know, and look at your chest, if you must. But, you know, there you go. So today's 7 years on, where am I? I go for my regular lung function tests and kidney scans. The children are now 17 and 14, and I feel blessed that things have worked out as they have. I'm still running a veterinary practice with my husband, but I have decided to look at alternative routes as well of income, because my main problem had been fatigue. So I set up a health and wellbeing company that I initially got involved with from the animal side for looking at products for animals, but soon learned that these products can be used for humans too. So the products have enabled me to manage my lamb better, and the business has given me a different outlook on life as well. Going back to 2009, as I say, I didn't intend to cross paths with lamb patients or become a lady that lunches. But how wrong was I? Any excuse for get out and have a lunch. So I now work with the lovely Fiona Norton on our Forever Living business. We have coffee or go out to lunch when we can. Those of you that know Fiona, all her meetings are done by coffee and cake. Are we going to indulge in cake today? We meet up with other lammies on a regular basis as well. Once or twice a year, we catch up, swapping notes and gossip and have a giggle, and actually come away feeling positive, which is all the things that I didn't think would happen. For new or old patients listening today, I would like to give you just a few top tips. One, use the support of LAM Action, and I know that's been said a lot today, and I did write this before I attended. The people here today inspire, support, and really do care. Take on board the information that you're ready to accept at this time and relevant to you. Don't worry about further down the line or what any other patient is doing, or they're doing this or they're doing that, because, again, as it's been said, everybody is different. And it's important to remember that we're all different, and LAM affects us in different ways. Learn to deal with the now, not what might happen. I'd finally like to take the opportunity to thank some people. LAM is one and all for being an inspiration. My good friends Fiona Norton and Jill Epton, who've always been there, even on my down days, and listened to me, even if we've come out of a meeting and sitting in a car park and I'm going, oh my God, it's all going wrong. And Simon and Jan Johnson for their unwavering support over the years. My family have supported me as well, and just thank you for listening.
Afternoon, everybody. My name's Kate Burrows, and I feel like, well, we're on the subject of confessions, I have to confess that I didn't know that Jan and Simon were married when I first found out about LAM Action. So get that off my chest. Anyway, I'll be fairly brief because I only found out at 9:30 this morning that I'd be talking this afternoon. So apologies in advance if it's a bit... if I wing it a bit. So I sort of looked at the title and thought, My LAM Journey, what's my perspective? And what's my personal perspective? And I think for me, my perspective on LAM started a long time before my LAM diagnosis, started 20 years ago, when I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And it actually started with a collapsed lung, but this was due to fluid rather than air, so it wasn't pneumothorax, it was a pleural effusion in medical terms. Long story short, I survived that fine. I was back on a rugby pitch about 3 months after finishing all my treatment. And I thought, I have done my serious big illness for life. Thank you very much. Tick that box, move on. So imagine my surprise when in 2010, my lung collapses. And this time it's a pneumothorax, so it's air. But to me, of course, I'm freaking out because I'm thinking the cancer's come back. Anyway, took the air out, went away. A few months later, the right lung, and it's always the right lung, collapses again. So CT scan later, cysts found on lung, and I have a diagnosis of something I can't even spell or pronounce. So, like lots of other people here, that is when, after a short space of freaking out again in my life, I found LAM Action, I found the lovely Jan and Simon, And again, like a lot of people, I went from feeling completely discombobulated and afraid to feeling much more calm and reassured. And after my first LAM meeting here, much more positive about the fabulous treatments and trials and all the research that's going on. So that was wonderful to then be part of this amazing LAM community. So as Frank said, LAM is somewhere between a cancer and a wart. Well, I've had cancer, I've got LAM, I'm hoping I don't get the warts. Those of you that were here 2 years ago will remember I also talked about my experience of pregnancy in LAM. So knowing I had LAM, we decided to get pregnant, or rather we didn't, because we couldn't decide whether or not to or not, so we just left it to chance and got pregnant. So I now have a 4.5-year-old called Harry, who's a complete menace. So I actually have also experience of pregnancy in LAM. So my journey so far has been an amazing ride, and I've learned so much from it. My pregnancy wasn't without its problems. I had a pneumothorax that popped up about 3 months in, and this is when my hotline to Simon began again with lots of calls around what do I do, but I got through the pregnancy and the rest is really history. So 6 years on, where am I now? My lung function, luckily, touch wood, I've been in this all day, it has been stable really since my diagnosis through pregnancy and beyond. And I had my last lung functions at the Brompton a few months back. And again, my lung function is stable. So I feel really, really lucky about that. There's some good things in my life, and that's one of them. And I've also been working really ever since my diagnosis, so pleurodesis aside, and obviously a small gap for maternity leave. I love my job, I love what I do, I'm a management trainer, and so I've worked all the way through. And I don't really think my husband Alex would let me not work, even if I did want to be a lady of leisure. And I think also, I don't think my sanity would cope with that. I think I love being busy and working. So I love my job, and about 2 months ago I actually went freelance. So I'm really enjoying my new life in the world of freelance work, which is brilliant. And I'm loving motherhood, and that's kind of where I am now. So when I sat earlier on and thought about what's my perspective on LAM, I think it goes all the way through my life, from my first diagnosis of a horrible illness that I didn't really want. And I think there are three things. I feel lucky, I feel positive, and I feel absolutely, as Frank said, I feel focused on solutions and living, not problems and dying. So I feel lucky. I mean, a lot of people said to me when I was diagnosed with LAM, oh my God, you're so unlucky, you've had cancer and now you've got LAM. And I said, well, no, I can't feel like that. I feel lucky to have survived cancer and to have a curable form of cancer. I feel lucky that I've got stable lung function. I feel that's a gift, and I'm worried all the time it might suddenly start to drop. I feel lucky to have my little boy in my life that I love. And I feel really lucky to be part of this fantastic LAM Action community and all the people and the support that are around me, and all my friends. I feel positive, and I think that positivity is really important in overcoming illnesses like this and like cancer. And I know when I had lymphoma, a lot of my doctors said your positivity is really part of your cure, and I really do believe that's important. And I think also there is so much to be positive about with LAM. I mean, you only had to look at Frank's talk earlier to know there is so much going on. It's a hugely positive world, and every time I come here, I have another injection of positivity about all the research that's going on, all of the trials, and the fact that we've already got a treatment, and let's keep going and find a cure. So I'm hugely positive. And then focused on solutions and living, not problems and dying. I think my perspective is that life is for living, and when you have a serious and seriously horrible illness, then it's really doubly important to think about what you do have and not about what you don't have. And you have to focus on that. In terms of solutions, I truly believe that it's up to us as members of the LAM community to put ourselves out there to do anything we can to help each other and to help find a cure for LAM. So it's up to us to raise awareness, it's up to us to raise money, it's up to us to help other people with LAM, particularly those who are newly diagnosed, because we all know what those days feel like. Helen talked about it earlier, all of us did. And also help further the research. So to that end, you know, I've got stable lung function, so I said to Frank earlier, if I can help with the mild trial, then great. But I'd also like to put my name down for the red wine trial as well.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Audrey Ferguson, if you don't know me already, and I'm from Perth in Scotland. So I don't know if I've done the record journey today or not to come here, but it's certainly quite a journey. Jill and I were going to sort of do one jointly together, just to give the perspective on having had a transplant. I was diagnosed back in 1997. I think Jill was similar, maybe just a wee bit earlier than me. At that time, things looked fairly bleak. We didn't know a lot about LAM. LAM Trust, as it was, just started that year. So we did feel very much isolated at that time. And I must say, coming today is so much more positive, listening to the talk on all the trials that are ongoing, the things. And when we were fundraising at that time for things, I suppose in the back of my mind, I thought, will they ever come up with anything to help with LAM? Well, here we are today, and sirolimus seems to be having such an effect on so many patients. So even in the time I've been coming, yes, we have come up with something, which is wonderful and so encouraging. So I don't really want to go through my whole story because we're probably running out of time. If you want to read the full story, the book is there, kept safely kept. Adrian tells me there's still 3 copies left there, so hopefully you'll find that interesting. My story was pneumothoraxes, and I was diagnosed very quickly, thankfully, by my consultant, which I'm very grateful for. As I say, the prognosis at that time was not good at all. And told there's no treatment whatsoever, you know, so that's what you're looking at ahead. But we were helped through these years, and in 2008 I got my lung transplant. It was a single lung transplant. It was quite a rough time at the time, I have to say. There was quite a lot of complications after the transplant, and I spent 25 days in intensive care, and with, you know, quite a lot of things to overcome. If you'd asked me in the first 3 months, was I glad I had my transplant, I might have struggled to answer that one. But 8 years on, I would say definitely, you know, it has been wonderful. And my quality of life now is so much better. We do regular holidays, and we're very involved in the church, so we've run youth camps and all sorts of things. And having said that, I was still doing that with LAM before my transplant. But certainly much more energy to do things now. And I would totally agree with Kate saying, whatever you're going through, try to think positively. I'm not one of these inspirational speakers, but I do think there's a huge power in positive thinking. Rather than saying, what am I missing out in? You know, others my age are doing different things, to look at what is positive in your life and emphasize the positive things. And even just before transplant, when it was a struggle just to shower and go out for the day at all, get to the car, I would pat myself in the back saying, well done, Audrey, you got into town today and you got your mobility scooter, and just whatever is positive, just think what you've achieved with whatever lung capacity you have. But what I would say about lung transplant, it's great. If you can avoid it, do. I think it's so much more positive now to see the treatment you can get, and if that's stabilising your lung function, that is so much better than looking down the transplant route. But if you do have to go that way, the staff at Freeman's are wonderful. I know that's where I had my transplant, and Jill too, and they just could not have done any more for me. I've had a very supportive husband. Adrian told me to say that. And it's great to have all these supports. It's very important through your journey, and I hope you all have that support as well. But I'm not going to hog the show. I'm going to hand over to Jill.
Yes, I don't have very much to say that others haven't said already, except probably just to emphasise when I was had my first lung problems. That was 1987, so quite a few years ago now. I was 22 years old at the time, and had several collapsed lungs, having been in the Himalaya climbing. So, you know, it was sort of, well, that's your fault for going to the Himalaya and trekking up at 15,000 feet. So, you know, my lung problems at that stage weren't really taken terribly seriously, although I did have quite a serious, some serious surgery to stop it happening again. But my formal diagnosis was 5 years later, in 1992. So the year that I was had my first lung problems was the year they did the first lung transplant in Europe, 1987. It's that recent. So when I was diagnosed, it was still early days in transplantation, and that was not offered to me as a potential option at the time or some kind of savior. It just wasn't out there, and obviously sirolimus was even further away. So as Audrey said, the future then, well, there didn't look as if there was going to be much of a future, and that side of things was probably throughout my illness was probably the hardest thing to deal with. Probably the psychological aspects of having LAM have been far, far harder than the physical side. The physical side you can kind of get through, but that gnawing away, the psychological side, is very difficult. And I still, certainly in the Scottish medical community, there isn't a huge amount of support on that side, or even recognition of how difficult that can make things. So, I would say to all of you here, I'm a very naturally optimistic, happy person, but I had some real depression, anxiety, which just took me, I was so surprised because I'm just not of that tendency, but it was quite clear with the kind of prognosis that I got and what I was dealing with day to day, that was quite natural. So, just if there's anything just to bear in mind, be aware that can be a problem, but it's also a problem that can be, there's lots of treatment for that, so make sure it's recognised and supported as well. That would be one tip I have. For those of you who don't know, I then went on to have a transplant in 2004, so 12 years ago now, and like Audrey, it was at the Freeman in Newcastle. And I'd say, so looking back over all these years, the strides that have been made in the understanding of LAM have just been amazing. And that's given what a relatively short time it is. So, Frank has talked about that. Jan talked about it in her speech too. As a patient, I feel I'm still quite young. I'm 51. But in my lifetime, there's been transplants, there've been drug treatments. Things have changed immensely, quite apart from the fact that it's obvious that some patients have LAM that affects them in a lesser way than other people. So I think that too is very positive. My tips would be trust in the experts, both in LAM and, if it comes to it, transplantation. We have some of the best doctors in the world dealing on our behalf, and it's fantastic. So, my care has been very good. So trust in the experts. The emotional thing I've covered. I think just be aware that the emotional side effects can be as difficult and debilitating as the physical. I've written down here family. I don't think I realised until way after my transplant the impact that it all had on them as well. And my family have been hugely supportive and continue to be. But I think they kind of sometimes get forgotten when all the focus is on the patient. So be aware and appreciate your loved ones and all that. But the other thing that Helen's mentioned, that Kate's mentioned, that Audrey's mentioned, I think we all think, living for the moment is, there's no point sitting trying to work out how awful it's going to be further down the line when you don't know that's going to be the case. Just really live for the moment. And I think what I've seen so far today, it's been a really positive day, and I hope you go away with that feeling when come the end of the day too.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, he is getting out, sorry. We're now going to have a research update from Simon and Dr. Debbie Clements and Eru Dongre. And Debbie is the LAM Action Research Fellow whose research LAM Action supports. Eru is the PhD student whose PhD studentship we supported through our STAR campaign. And I think you have finished your PhD, so congratulations on that. And Eru is staying on for a few months at least to do some additional research. So without further ado, I'll get your paper up, I think. I can't get it, Simon.
So I'm just going to do a very short introduction to this, really as a sort of thank you to the people who've taken part in our sort of biomarker study, and just tell you how that's sort of going and what we're doing with that. Then, as I say, we're going to hear from Aru and Debbie after that. So one of the studies we're doing, and I can look at quite a lot of you and know that that you've been approached to take part, and uniformly said yes in this, is a study called the BioLAM study, which was a name dreamt up by our research nurse, but it's sort of it'll do, won't it? So the study is a biomarker study, and biomarkers are either a test, it might be a blood test or some sort of measurement or some sort of clinical factor that can either predict whether a disease is present or not, how active the disease is, or perhaps whether the disease will respond to treatment. And really the aims of the BioLAM study are twofold. To try and identify factors to reduce diagnostic uncertainty for LAM, so improving other methods of biopsy. But really the main aim is to try and identify at early stage in the disease who's at risk of developing progressive lung disease and who's likely to run a more indolent course and stay well for a prolonged period of time. As we've heard earlier, this will be useful for targeting treatment. And whenever you're applying for funding, you have to sort of put in all the sort of trendy terms that are around at the moment. And the ones at this particular time were stratified medicine and personalized medicine. So these terms, what they really mean is taking an individual's illness, not the sort of average thing that's written in the textbook, but whether there's a progressive form or a more stable form, and then tailoring their treatment and their medical care exactly to this situation rather than just the average. And that obviously improves the outcome for individuals, is better, and is also cheaper. So it's sort of an approach to stratified or personalized medicine in LAM. As we've sort of said before, the course of LAM is really variable. Now, all of these lines are the FEV1 of people that we've seen at the LAM Centre over actually some of them many years. And you can see there's people with normal lung function, there's people with low lung function, and there's millions of people in between. And if we just pick out 3 patients here, there's this person with an average rate of decline for a woman with LAM. Then there's this person here whose lung function's normal and stays normal for well over 5 years. And then we have people with a more progressive course. And if we could predict which of these patients, which course people were going to follow early on, then we could sort of really improve their medical care significantly. We could give people more accurate information about what their prognosis was likely to be. If we knew somebody was going to have progressive or rapidly progressive disease, we could treat them much earlier and avoid them losing lung function before we make a decision to treat them. And when we're doing research, we can enrich the clinical trials with the right sort of patient. So if we have a treatment for progressive disease, we could only enroll patients with that. We wouldn't need so many people. We'd get the answer quicker. So the BioLAM study takes advantage of the people that come to the LAM Centre. Well, takes advantage is probably the wrong word, but you sort of know what I mean. Benefits from the patient cohort at the LAM Centre. So we'd already had approvals to, with ethical permission, use clinical data and get blood samples and DNA samples from people coming to the centre. And we wrote a study which aimed to recruit 150 women with LAM, and then we'd compare their imaging values, their lung function, which we measured over time, so it's useful multiple data on individuals, and we'd know what treatments they're on, and we could use this to develop biomarkers. And we applied to the NIHR using all these trendy words about personalised medicine, and we got a grant to deep phenotype, which is another trendy way of saying to understand the individual's illness in detail. To deep phenotype the whole UK cohort through 8 centres. Patients coming to Nottingham. We will be seeing patients also in Cambridge and London in the future. And there are these other NIH centres who are actually just sending patients to us. So we've been funded by the NIHR to do this study, and it's a pretty straightforward study. We see patients, they already have had lung function, they've already had scans and other clinical data, the medical history is already in their notes. They may or may not have had a tissue biopsy previously. So we take consent from them to enroll them in this study, and we take a blood sample, and then we don't do anything very much really, we just look after them in the normal way for a year. And what we see, of course, is that some patients have disease progresses over that time, and for other patients the disease remains stable. And so we measure their lung function and their outcome at the end of the year. What we also have is what's happened before, their historical change in lung function, and for some patients we have biopsy tissue. And so we use all of these data, the lung function, the clinical features at the start, factors from their biopsy and what's happened previously, and as Frank said, the best predictor of what's going to happen in the future is what's going to happen in the past, to try and predict what's going to happen over the next 12 months. And we're hoping that we'll be able to continue this study if we get further funding at the end of it. But so we're hoping that by identifying differences at baseline between the people who've had progressive and stable disease, we can design a test that will predict the outcome early on. And so once we've done this, we can go to another population and we can see if our test works and is robust and is reproducible. So that's the idea of the study. It's fairly straightforward. We're measuring a few things. You've heard about VEGF-D already, which is this biomarker that Frank has shown predicts the course of LAM in his population. Does it do the same in all comers with ours outside of a clinical trial? That's important. This molecule collagen 4 is an extracellular matrix protein that's turned over when the lungs are damaged, we think. It's been shown to be related to activity in LAM. So we're validating these. We're looking at lots of things in tissue, particularly things that have come out of research at the NIH, like the LAM histology score, but also stuff from Debbie and Aru's work, specific markers that we've identified that we think may be helpful. And we're doing various omics approaches. So omics is a modern research technique where instead of thinking, well, I think maybe this gene's abnormal in LAM, or this protein might do this because of X and Y, you just don't have a hypothesis at the start. You just look at all of them and see which ones are different. The hypothesis-based approaches, like looking at VEGF-D or collagen 4, occasionally you're right, but there are 30,000 genes in the human genome, and to get the right one is inspired, and sometimes you have inspiration and often you don't. So you do an omics approach, and most of these are new technologies, and if you look at the labs websites that do omics, they say it's all very exciting. We have robotic sample handling, automatic data analysis. So we're doing various omics approaches on this. And when I heard about the robotic sample analysis, I was very excited. I was thinking, oh, this is going to be brilliant. Look at this. Just data coming out everywhere and sorts of stuff. So, I went to the proteomic facility, which is Nottingham Trent, which is at the other university, where they're proteomics experts. I was a bit disappointed when I got there, to be honest. We're a rubbish robot. Anyway, but we're doing various omics approaches at various levels, which we hope will shed light in an unbiased way on factors that are associated with the progression of LAM. So that's the study, really. My main thing I wanted to do today was to say that I've never done a study before where I've asked 133 consecutive patients to take part, and 133 consecutive patients have said yes. In fact, now I'm just dreading asking people, but in case I jinx the whole thing. So thank you so much for your support and participation in this study. It's really great that everyone has said yes. Anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to say yes, of course, we're always happy to see you at the LAM Centre to do that. And the study's funded by the NIHR. The proteomics study's funded by the LAM Foundation, kind enough to give us a grant. Of course, we're continually funded by LAM Action in various capacities. Just say thank you to Janet and Sharon at the LAM Centre. The person who should have been doing this talk is this lady who's Suzanne Miller, who's funded by the NIHR to work on this project. She's at a hen night in Marbella. I know where I'd rather be out of those two places now, and it's right here despite the weather. So I'm going to hand over to Aru now.
Hello. So I'm sure everyone knows me by now, but for those of you who don't, I'm Arundhati Dongre, and I have been doing my PhD with Simon Johnson for the past 3 years. So I just would like to tell you about my PhD that has been very kindly funded by LAM Action. So my lifelong ambition, basically, has been to be a scientist, and for everyone who asked me, I said to them that I would like to be a scientist when I grow up. And so after I finished my Bachelor of Pharmacy degree in India, I decided that scientific research was what I would like to do instead of being a pharmacist. So then I flew from India to the United Kingdom in 2007 to pursue my master's and then to continue on with a PhD. So I initially came to work for Simon Johnson as a research technician, actually working in asthma. And it is then that I got introduced to LAM. And the more I read up about it, the more interesting the condition felt to me. And I thought I would like to know more about this through research. Initially, I was interested in pursuing a PhD in cancer biology. And although I did have a few PhD offers, I had to turn them all down because none of them could offer me full funding. As an international student, it was really difficult to have to be able to fund even part of the PhD because of increased international fees and high conversion costs. So Simon was aware of my aspirations, and he took it upon himself to help me with my PhD. And I'm very grateful to him because he helped me secure part funding for my PhD through the University of Nottingham as an international special scholarship. However, this wasn't enough to fully cover my international fees and stipend and etc. And it is then that LAM Action very gratefully came forward to fund all my remaining expenses and finally enable me to fulfill my dream. So I would like to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to LAM Action for raising the money for research that has helped fund my PhD, and also to all donors, LAM donors that have been able to kindly donate their tissue, which has been such a valuable resource for my PhD, and without which I would never have been able to do most of my research that I have done. So now, funding secured, I then began my PhD titled Modeling LAM in 2D and 3D co-culture systems. So we already know that cysts are formed near LAM nodules in the lung, and these cysts are formed due to the destruction of the LAM lung, of the lung. Proteins known as proteases are capable of destroying organ tissue, and these proteases could possibly destroy the lung-forming cysts. Now, a LAM nodule consists of varying type of cells, a few of which carry the TSC2 mutation, but a large proportion of them are spindle-shaped cells that do not carry the mutation, and these resemble cells known as fibroblasts. And fibroblasts are cells that are already known to produce several such proteins known as proteases. So knowing this, my PhD aims were to identify which proteases were increased in LAM, to design a lab-based model to determine the cellular interactions, effect of cellular interactions on such proteases, and then to investigate the effects of estrogen and rapamycin on our findings. So initially, I wanted to find out what are the proteases that would be involved in LAM. Just a few months into my PhD, I was able to receive tissue from lung transplant, lung transplant donated by, kindly donated by one of our LAM donors. And with these tissues as a resource, I screened for several proteases to look at which one was highly increased in the LAM tissue. And I found that a protease known as cathepsin K is highly increased in LAM as compared to normal lung. So I then wanted to find out and confirm that cathepsin K is present in the LAM lung. I found that cathepsin K is present in LAM nodules, seen here as brown coloring, and in the normal lung you can barely see any presence of this protease. So as we already know that spindle-shaped cells of fibroblasts are present in the LAM nodules, and we have been the first to report that, and it is also known that fibroblasts are cells that can produce these proteases. I wanted to find out whether the spindle-shaped cells seen in the LAM nodules or the fibroblasts from the LAM nodules also produce cathepsin K. So, and I found out that they do. This is an image of fluorescent staining. FSP, or fibroblast surface protein, is a protein that identifies fibroblasts, which is green over here, and cathepsin K has a red stain. And when these two proteins are expressed by the same cells, or they're produced by the same cells, the merged image shows a yellow coloring as seen here. And these cells are elongated spindle-shaped cells which were identified to be fibroblasts, also producing the protease cathepsin K. However, the mere presence of cathepsin K is not enough to destroy lung tissue. And cathepsin K is a protease that needs to be activated, and it can only be activated in an acidic environment, that is at low pH. And therefore, I grew my cells at different pH scales. pH is the measurement of acidity, and a pH of 7 and below gives a more acidic environment. And when I did that, the LAM-associated fibroblasts, as we term them today, which are the fibroblasts that are from a LAM lung, had an increased cathepsin K activity at pH 6 and 7. However, this activity is further increased when the LAM-associated fibroblasts are grown together with LAM cells, which are the cells that carry the TSC2 mutation. This suggested that these two cells support each other and possibly have an existing symbiotic relationship. So then I wanted to find out whether it is the LAM cells that provide a perfect environment to the LAFs or the LAM-associated fibroblasts to produce and activate cathepsin K. I then grew the LAFs on their own, and over time they do not show any change in pH. However, when I grew the LAM cells, they dramatically reduced the pH over a short period of time, and the addition of rapamycin inhibits or halts this pH change. So then suggesting that it is the LAM cells that provide an acidic environment for the LAFs. I then wanted to, so now we knew that the LAM cells and the LAFs support each other and to help with disease progression. We therefore wanted to look at this mechanism in a more systematic manner. So to do so, we analyzed the effect of LAM cells on LAM-associated fibroblasts and normal human lung fibroblasts in order to find out if there are any similarities or differences between the two. And we did this in such an experimental setup with the fibroblasts at the bottom and the LAM cells in the top, and the effect of this was measured in the fibroblasts. To do so, we analyzed all of the genes from the LAM-associated fibroblasts and normal human lung fibroblasts using what is called as a gene chip. And we got several results out of this analysis, and one of which you can see here. This is known as a heat map, where the varying colors, the different colors, show the varying quantities of the genes that are affected or that change because of the presence of LAM cells. And these genes are from the fibroblasts. So what we found out from these analyses were a list of proteins that are signaling proteins known as chemokines that were highly elevated or increased in the LAM-associated fibroblasts, about between 2 to 40 time increase when these fibroblasts are in the vicinity or when they are near LAM cells. And these chemokines were also then found to be present abundantly in the LAM nodules from our donors. Now, chemokines are signaling molecules that signal to various immune cells. And therefore, we looked at whether immune cells are present in the LAM nodules as well. And we did find the presence of neutrophils and mast cells. These are two types of immune cells that were found in our LAM nodules. This is important because immune cells are also other cells known to produce several other proteases, which could then result in further degradation of the lung tissue. So, to summarize all of my findings, we have already shown the presence of fibroblasts in LAM nodules, but what I found during the course of my PhD was when the LAM cells and the fibroblasts are near each other, the fibroblasts result in the production of cathepsin K. This cathepsin K can then be activated due to the acidic environment provided by the LAM cells. The activity results in the degradation of tissue, of the LAM lung tissue. And the fibroblasts also in the vicinity of the LAM cells produce these chemokine signaling molecules that then attract various immune cells, and the immune cells then infiltrate into the LAM nodules, thereby leading to further destruction of the lung. So I have now come to the end of my PhD, but there are a few unanswered questions which, when answered, I think would lead to very exciting findings within the LAM research. So I would like to identify what causes the LAM cells to acidify this environment. We already know that proteins known as membrane transporters are responsible for acidification, and whether blocking these membrane transporters with inhibitors that are already available may decrease lung destruction. There's an inhibitor of cathepsin K, which is already a trial drug. So the addition of this drug, the use of this drug, whether it would be beneficial again to treating LAM, and also to identify the exact role of immune cells in LAM and how they may contribute to destruction, and whether blocking their recruitment using a chemokine blocker would be again useful, which again is available as well. And I would then firstly like to thank both my supervisors, Professor Simon Johnson and Dr. Debbie Clements, for their excellent guidance. I would like to thank all the LAM patients who have donated their tissue, which has been an extremely valuable resource for my PhD. And I would like to thank LAM Foundation also for to help with some of my chemokine research. But lastly, I would like to thank LAM Action, who has very kindly funded my entire PhD and has made it possible. And I would love to continue in this field if possible, because I think our findings one day will be very big in the LAM research world. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to carry on from Aru's talk, and what I'm going to do is really give an overview of one particular aspect of what we're working on, and that is lung destruction in LAM. And really what I want to talk about is why we're going to take the direction we're taking at the moment, what new ideas we've had, and why that's really modified our research a little bit over the last couple of years. But before I start with the new ideas, I thought I should kind of highlight what we thought was happening in LAM, and then I'll tell you how it's changed and what the implications of that are. We used to think of LAM in the lung as a little collection of cells which was destructive, and we knew they had a mutation in a gene called TSE2. Because of that, they didn't make a protein called tuberin, and we thought all the cells in the lung that were causing the destruction were these LAM cells. And this was fine, because actually it was a very productive time. We know what tuberin does. It's involved in sensing the environment of the cell and then passing a signal on to other proteins, which then tell the cell whether to divide. If conditions are good, there's plenty of food around, or actually just to hold off for a while if conditions are a little bit rough at the moment. And if you don't have tuberin, what happens is this process gets all uncontrolled, and the cells grow when they shouldn't grow. Because tuberin was identified as a component of LAM, that led us to identify mTOR as a target, and there's, as you know, an inhibitor of mTOR1, which is rapamycin, and is an effective treatment for LAM. So that's all great, but what was happening with us was we were finding that our model of what LAM was changing. We started to realize that it wasn't just cells with a mutation that were present in the lung. There were other cells there as well. Our favorite cell that's also in here is the fibroblast, but there are other cell types there as well that we're also working on. And this led us to ask some other questions. Where are these cells coming from? What type of cells are they? We have to identify what they are. But more importantly, are these cells responsible for the destruction you see in LAM? So is it not just the cells that have the mutation that we've been working on for so long? Is it these other cells that might also be involved? And that's really led us to two main new ideas in LAM, and this is the first one that I'm going to outline for you today. And that is, it's not all the LAM cells' fault. Some of it is because of the cells that they're bringing in. So this is a LAM cell. These are cells that are around everywhere in the body. They're called fibroblasts. They're generally well behaved, and they're very useful, and they produce small amounts of what we call matrix degrading proteases, which helps them to do their job, but that's all fine. When LAM cells arrive in the lung, what happens is they send a signal. And what this signal does is it causes the fibroblast to huddle around the LAM cell. We think that this has a benefit for the LAM cell, which I've talked about before. But what the LAM cell also does is it causes a change in the environment around itself. And unfortunately, this change causes these proteases produced by the fibroblasts to become hyperactive. They're much more active than they should be. So now we have a double whammy. What we have is a whole load of these fibroblasts in one place, and the enzymes they're producing are very, very active. So you can see now we have a problem, and this could potentially be a very destructive situation. So what can we do about this? Well, what we do is we identify all the pathways involved, and then we use existing tools to stop them from working. First of all, the protease. If there's an inhibitor, we can stop the protease from working immediately. That's fine. Can we stop the LAM cell from making this little environment around itself so that the protease won't be so active? So yes, we can do that. And the thing that we're really aiming to do is, can we stop the LAM cell from recruiting the fibroblasts in the first place by understanding more about what this recruitment mechanism is? So that's what we're doing. So then we get back to the normal situation. The LAM cell can't recruit the fibroblasts, the fibroblasts can't produce the protease, and everything, and the lung destruction stops. And the best example of this is what Ara's just highlighted from her work, and that's cathepsin K. We know that fibroblasts produce cathepsin K. It's what they do. It's part of the enzymes that they make, and that would be all fine, except LAM cells attract fibroblasts. So then they all form this little clump in the lung, and there are loads of fibroblasts all in one place that really shouldn't be. The other thing is LAM cells make their environment acidic, and that's a common thing seen in tumour cells. And unfortunately, cathepsin K is much more powerful under acidic conditions. So you can see we have this double effect. We have too many cells, and we have an environment that makes these proteases work extra well. So the new idea we have, the new idea from this, is that it's not one cell type that's causing the problem. It's the combination of the two cell types together, each of which contributes to part of the problem. And cathepsin K is the best example we have at the moment, but there are other proteases that we're looking at and other cell types that will probably have the same thing. So this is one aspect of the research that we're doing that Aru's highlighted, and actually there's a poster outside that details this work. The second new idea that we have in lung damage in LAM is that LAM cells, just by being in the lung, make the area around them more fragile, and this is one way we think that might work. Here's the LAM cell, and here's a fibroblast, and we know from the experiment that Aru's done, where she's analysed all the genes that the cells produce when they're together, that fibroblasts receive a signal from LAM cells and they change. It changes the genes they express. They make things now that they didn't make before, or they make some higher levels of some things that they already made. And one of those things that we found they make a lot more of when they're with LAM cells is a protein called FGF7. FGF7 is quite an exciting protein for various reasons. I'll explain in a second, but what we find is that LAM cells themselves hardly make any FGF7 at all. And fibroblasts on their own make some, but when you put the two together, you get huge amounts more FGF7. We can measure how much more by just measuring the protein that they put into the medium they're growing in. And we know, actually, that if we treat the LAM cells with rapamycin, they get less good at making the fibroblasts make FGF7. So we can kind of stop them from inducing FGF7 in the fibroblasts, which is good news. So why is FGF7 important to us, and why do we think it's so interesting? The first thing is it makes your hair grow, apparently. Every time I look for FGF7 on the internet, there's some random Japanese company that tries to sell me shampoo. I don't know if it works, actually. It might do. There is good biological evidence that it might, but there you go. We're more interested in what it does in the lung. So this is the important bit of your lung. This is where gas exchange takes place. This is the alveolus. So the air comes in here and it exchanges with the blood in the capillaries. And there are two types of cells that make up the alveolus. There's these super thin ones here, which you may not be able to see, but all this is made up of really thin cells. And there are these little fat ones. The thin cells are kind of the structural ones, and they're called type 1 cells. And the little fat ones here are we call type 2 cells. And luckily we can find these type 2 cells in the lung because they helpfully make a protein called SPC. So if we look for where the protein is, we find the little fat cells, the type 2 cells scattered here and there. There's one helpfully arrowed. What we do know is, and we've known for a long time, is that the little fat cells, the type 2 cells, absolutely love LAM nodules. So here's a little nodule of LAM cells in the lung, and it gets absolutely plastered all over with these type 2 cells. We've never really known why. It's just been something we find in our histology, and we've never really thought about it. Sometimes, I don't know if you can see here arrowed, the type 2 cells actually get within the nodule itself. They love the LAM nodules so much. We think, so this is a model of what we end up with. We end up with the LAM cell, and around it the fibroblasts, and around it the type 2 cells. And the reason these are here is they love FGF7. So the LAM cells are causing the fibroblast to make FGF7. The FGF7 spreads out and causes these type 2 cells to come to the LAM nodule. So this is my little cartoon of what it looks like, and this is what it looks like if we look at it by histology. Here are the little cells plastered around. So, you know, why would this be a problem at all? So LAM cells cause fibroblasts to make FGF7. FGF7 attracts the type 2 cells. The type 2 cells are very important in the lung. When the type 1 cells wear out, the type 2 cells replace them. So the type 2 cells actually make the type 1 cells. And they do this all the time. This is their function. They are what's called stem cells for the type 1 cells. That's what they do. But now we have a problem, because now all the type 2 cells around the LAM nodule are wandering off and splatting themselves to the outside of the nodule. What we think is happening is because there's a LAM nodule, all the type 2 cells from around it are coming and they're migrating and they're coming into the nodule and they're going away from where they're supposed to be, where they're supposed to be doing this repair function of replacing the type 1 cells. And what that's going to do is the whole area around the nodule now just might be a little bit more fragile. It might be a little bit more delicate because it can't be repaired as effectively because the cells have wandered off because they love FGF7 that the fibroblasts are making. So these are our 2 new ideas in LAM. The first new idea, which is probably 2 or 3 years old for us, is that there are different types of cells in a LAM lung, not just the LAM cells. The cells talk to each other. We know that they communicate. We've identified some of the signals they send to each other. We know how they transmit the signals, and we know how to block a lot of the signals. Because now you have cells together that really aren't usually together, you start to see some unusual effects. So you start to see proteases that are more active than they should be, or cells wandering around and ending up where they shouldn't be. We think that these things contribute to the lung damage in LAM. And we do have tools that can stop this happening in the lab, in our experiments. So the important thing is these are actually quite new ideas for us, new ideas that we've applied to LAM. But they're not entirely new in, for example, cancer research or cell migration research. And because of this, because these are pathways that have been studied a lot by other people in other contexts, in other diseases, that's given us a lot of new tools, a lot of drugs we can use, a lot of drugs we can test in our models to see if they would be effective in LAM. So this is the direction that we're going to take our research in, at least part of the direction that we're going to take our research in. And it's early days, but Aru's made huge progress in her PhD in identifying the signals and the receptors and looking at an inhibitors. So we're really optimistic about how this is going to work out. So my last slide is obviously just the acknowledgement slide to the LAM patients that have donated tissue to our study, to LAM Action for funding our research for so long, and also to the LAM Foundation, who specifically funded a transcriptomics study last year, which has really underpinned a huge amount of the research that we're doing at the moment. So I'd like to say thank you, and if anyone has any questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
I'd just like to say thank you to Debbie for a nice, clear, beautifully illustrated scientific presentation.
We, thank you, Debbie. I have in my head when she's talking these little, like, warm and fuzzy little people running around and talking to one another. It's just, she does bring it all to life so well. Because we're running behind schedule, we are going to go straight to the Q&A. And to the extent you might have had questions about your test results and, you know, what all those measurements mean, you know, maybe roll that into the Q&A session. So Simon and Anne Tattersfield typically lead us in this session, and today they're going to be joined by Dr. McCormack. I think that Jan's presentation already kind of said it all in terms of, you know, what Anne has meant to LAM Action. I think without her, I doubt very much that we would be in this room today. So what we're going to do is I'll run around with the microphone, and if you have a question, please do wait, because we want to make sure we pick it up on the people, for the people viewing online. And these guys are going to pass around the microphone. You need to sit next to Frank.
Why don't I read them out and you two answer?
That's what's called being outmaneuvered.
So we'll start with those that got submitted over lunch.
Right. My sister has LAM and is likely to go on the transplant this shortly. She's asked if LAM can come back after transplant. Sorry, Simon, do you want to start?
So LAM can come back after transplants because the LAM cells we've spoken a little bit about today tend to spread around the body. What we think can happen after transplantation is that LAM cells from other places outside the lung can move into the new lung. That cells from the host can move into the new lung. That's been reported a few times. It's a pretty rare occurrence, and because LAM is generally a slowly progressive disease, it doesn't usually cause a significant clinical problem. So it doesn't really prevent us from recommending that people have a transplant. Is there anything you want to add, Frank?
Just to say that even though there is that small risk after the transplant, at least in my own experience, we rarely recommend that people take sirolimus after transplant, because what's the most important thing after transplant is that the lung not be rejected, and we want the transplant physicians to pick the best regimen for the patient based on that, and not the unlikely possibility that LAM will ultimately cause a problem with the graft.
Is muscle pain a side effect of sirolimus? I get pain in my Achilles, calf muscle, which can be quite severe. Is that both or just one? Okay. And is it both legs? Yeah. Right.
So neither of us have seen that as far as we know, as a side effect of it.
Anybody? So perhaps it's something else. Yeah. Pleurodesis and transplant. What's the latest view, and does it preclude having transplant if you have had a pleurodesis? Frank, do you want to start?
So both Simon and I have published, actually Anne and Simon and I, all of us have published studies about this, and there are different philosophies in different countries, and I'll only speak for the United States, which is that transplant is often done after pleurodesis, even after bilateral pleurodesis, even after bilateral talc pleurodesis, which is the most aggressive form of pleurodesis. So pleurodesis is absolutely not a contraindication to transplant, but different centers have different philosophies about how safe that is. So it sometimes takes a little bit of convincing, or like all the phone calls people were talking about with Simon, just encouraging the surgeon, that this can be done safely in patients. Sometimes there's a little more bleeding at transplant than in patients who've never had a pleurodesis, but in general, it can be done safely, and we try to take care of the pneumothorax at hand and not worry too much about the downstream issues with respect to pleurodesis at transplant.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the situation is the same in the UK. There are certain, we're probably still live on the internet. So anyway, there are certain transplant centres who are more receptive to treating people who've had a pleurodesis, but it's not really a problem. So the main priority is to have the treatment for the pneumothorax that you need, and if transplant's required in the future, that's a manageable situation, I think we all think.
I don't think there's any. There are only two people here who've had a lung transplant, aren't there? And neither of you had. Oh, you had a talc on the same side. Well, it shows that you can do very well after talc pleurodesis and lung transplant. I have been stable on sirolimus treatment for 4 years, but have recently been diagnosed with high blood pressure. What medication should I use in conjunction with sirolimus? That's the first question. Do you want to answer that first? Because I think the other one is rather different.
There's no. There are some drugs you can't take with sirolimus, mostly because they get metabolized by the same enzyme, and it affects the level of the sirolimus in the bloodstream. Is the main thing. Most blood pressure treatments are not in that group, so there are lots of different medicines available for blood pressure, and so you should be able to find a treatment that works and is suitable, really.
Yeah, I would just add that sirolimus is known. One of the side effects of sirolimus can be high blood pressure, so it can be a consequence of the medication. And as, like Simon said, I don't know of any drug that's especially well suited for treating that form of hypertension that develops in response to sirolimus, but there are lots of choices.
As we're online, I won't identify the hospital here, but I have my lung function tested at X, but would like to come to Nottingham as I have never seen the same doctor over the last 2 years. How do I arrange to be seen in Nottingham? I think that's
yeah. Yeah. So anybody from anywhere can come to the LAM Centre. They just need a referral from their doctor, and that can be their GP. If they come, then we will get their records from their original hospital. Janet will always track everything down from everywhere, so when they come, all their stuff is available on the day. So yeah, if you send us a referral at the LAM Centre, we'll see you.
So you've got to chat your GP up, I think, if by the sound of it. Are there any foods which are rich in estrogen which LAM patients should avoid?
Now who's being outmaneuvered? So this is another philosophy thing. So the breast cancer field and the ovarian cancer field have carefully looked into these issues, and diet does not have a major impact on estrogen activity in the bloodstream. So we don't restrict any dietary foods, anything in LAM patients. And I suppose if someone was on a soy-only diet, that there could be a consideration in a postmenopausal woman of getting levels of estrogen activity that could matter. But outside of that, I don't tell LAM patients to avoid soy or any other food. And soy is, and I'm not an expert in this, but there are phytoestrogens that can have some low-level estrogen activity. But again, it's almost impossible to get levels up to anything that matters with diet. That's my opinion.
Yeah. So so if you eat a healthy diet with a general mixed diet, then that's the best thing, really.
Does having LAM put excess pressure on the heart?
So most lung diseases, when they become advanced, if you have low oxygen levels, the blood vessels and the right side of the heart, which pumps the blood through the lungs, has to work harder, and so there is a risk that the blood pressure within the lungs can go up. This is a situation called pulmonary hypertension, and it's a feature of most advanced lung diseases. We do see pulmonary hypertension in people with advanced LAM. There's a very small number of cases where the LAM cells actually have involved the pulmonary vessels. That's written up, but it's mostly a problem for people with more advanced disease. Occasionally, we see people whose spirometry values, the mechanical work of their lungs, looks reasonable, but the gas transfer is quite low, and so sometimes we do screen for this complication in those patients. But the only other heart thing, sometimes the chylous fluid can build up around the heart, but again, that's pretty rare for it to cause a significant problem, really. Any other thoughts on that?
Those are all the questions I've got in writing. Does anyone here have other questions that they'd like to raise? Do you want to just shout?
Yeah, that's a good question, and one to which I do not know the answer. So, so the LAM cell is the mutation-bearing TSC2 null cell that gets into the lungs and is also part of the angiomyolipomas. The benign tumour has an unusual set of characteristics. It has smooth muscle markers, but it also has markers consistent with cells that express melanin, the pigment in your skin. And that combination is characteristic of cells that arise in the embryo from somewhere called the neural crest. So what we think is that some sort of neural crest early cell, maybe some sort of neural crest stem cell, maybe gets a TSC2 mutation and then turns into the LAM cell. But that's really just speculation. But Frank, you've probably got some thoughts on that.
Well, we almost never see LAM before puberty. I mean, it's a very rare event. So it's still possible that the hormone changes that occur with puberty could awaken a LAM cell that was otherwise dormant. Seems more likely to me that something happens, a mutation occurs at some point through life that results in this abnormal growth somewhere in the body. We don't know where LAM cells come from, which is really embarrassing with all we know about LAM, that we don't know where LAM cells come from. But the the favorite ideas for where LAM cells might be coming from, one is the angiomyolipoma, because there are lots of similarities between the LAM cell in the lung and the LAM cell in the angiomyolipoma. There are also some important differences. Uterus, there are a lot of studies to show that the uterus can be involved with LAM, both autopsy series and hysterectomy specimen examination series. And that's one of my favorite theories, because it's that organ is rich in cells that express estrogen and progesterone receptors as LAM cells do, and express smooth muscle markers as LAM cells do, and that are unique. That's uniquely present in females. Doesn't explain the male thing. That we're still working on that one, but I think there's no good. That's a really good question, and there isn't any great answer. But we have our theories, I guess.
Lucy. Sorry.
Thank you. This question, please forgive me, is for people who need a lot of oxygen. I don't think there are that many here. But there may be people at home who are watching from, some other country or something. So I would like to ask Frank to say a little bit more about what he was talking to me last night about a specialist basically tracheostomy that has some very good results for some people. So if you could expand on that, please, Frank, that'd be great.
I was sitting across from Lucy, eating dinner last night, and she was telling me how limited she is by her needs for oxygen. That but for the oxygen needs, she'd be flying and traveling a lot more. And I think she was saying that she requires about 6 liters, which is beyond 6 to 8 liters, which is beyond reasonable capacity for tanks and other and concentrators. So I just mentioned this possibility, and I qualified it very heavily, because it's not an approach without significant issues. But there's something called transtracheal oxygen, where oxygen is delivered through a tiny catheter placed directly into the trachea. It was all the rage about 20 years ago. It was invented in Colorado, and where I trained, and so a lot of people received that approach there, and in some cases for indications that weren't very valid, like just cosmetic reasons and that kind of thing. Over time, we use it less and less, but still in the rare patient, it provides an opportunity to provide oxygen at a much lower flow rate directly into the trachea. The downside, the upside is that someone who requires 6 to 8 liters might be able to get away with 2 to 4 liters, something in that range, which for Lucy sounded like that would change everything. So that's why I brought it up. But the fact is, in Cincinnati, we talk about it with 10 patients, and we actually do it in perhaps 1. And I have just a few patients that I follow that are not with LAM, but with other lung diseases that are doing very well, and it has an important effect on their quality of life. So I brought it up as just something to think about. It should only be done by people who do it a lot, and it should only be done after considering all the upsides and downsides. And I didn't mention that you have to clean the catheter twice a day. Things can accumulate on the catheter and even then fall off and obstruct. You know, there are some serious things that can happen with this catheter in place. Some people have nothing but trouble with it. Some people have no trouble with it. So I don't know. Go ahead.
I've not seen anybody with one for a very long time, and that might be a Nottingham thing. I mean, nobody uses them here. I guess it's possible that there's someone that does this.
Has anybody seen it anywhere else in the UK when they've been at clinics or whatever? An infection, I guess, is a potential problem. Yes. Any other questions? And anything relating to lung function that you were hoping to ask? How does the rate of progression vary? Actually, sorry, there was a question, wasn't there? I think I read it and I overlooked it. So, how does the rate of progression vary between sporadic LAM and TSC LAM?
I suspect it doesn't really. Lots of series will say that patients with tuberous sclerosis have milder disease than patients with sporadic LAM, but I think that's probably because we find LAM more commonly in tuberous sclerosis. And so if you look at the big series where the people will add up the lung function of all the people with sporadic LAM and compare it with the ones with tuberous sclerosis LAM, and the tuberous sclerosis LAM is always milder because the patients are younger and they've been screened for LAM, whereas the sporadic LAM have to get to a point where they're ill enough to be diagnosed. And so, nobody's really properly done this, but I suspect it's probably not very different, although, as I say, there hasn't been a proper study, and lots of people, I think, would disagree with me. But I think to be able to tell, you'd have to go around CTing virtually the whole female population, find how many people had LAM that didn't know about it, you know, to really understand how sporadic LAM behaved. I don't know. Do you agree, or you?
I agree completely. And there was one study that addressed it by Dr. Moss, where he took patients who were very well matched for level of lung function impairment with tuberous sclerosis LAM and sporadic LAM, and then looked at the rate of decline. And I can't remember how many patients there were, but he didn't find any difference in the rate. Yeah. So there's at least one study that basically supports exactly what Simon was saying, that that they're probably about the same. We just find the TSC LAM much earlier.
Kelly.
That's a really hard question to answer, and FEV1 is the amount of air that, if you blow as hard as you can, that comes out in the first second. In a person without a lung disease, that will be about 8% of the maximum amount they can breathe out. If your airways become narrow, you might be able to blow out the same amount of air, but it comes out more slowly and your FEV1 falls. And we talk about FEV1 a lot in LAM because most of the studies, like Frank Miles' trial and various other things, the FEV1 is the sort of main endpoint that we look at. Now, the FEV1 in LAM goes down because you have more cysts normally. That's the main reason. And so that will affect how much oxygen you can get into your bloodstream. But it's not a linear relationship. And we do see people who've got fairly reasonable FEV1 levels, but their efficiency that they get oxygen into their bloodstream's reduced. And those people often have low oxygen when they exert themselves. And so there's not a very obvious linear relationship. So there are more than one thing going on. One of the things that we're doing in the BioLAM study is to try and understand if having low oxygen is an independent factor of having an abnormal FEV1 in terms of prognosis and severity. That's a difficult question to answer. From a clinical point of view, you should have your FEV1 measured, but you should also have your oxygen saturation measured, and importantly, your oxygen saturation when you walk around, to sort of understand how those where we are with those two things. And lung function.
I think FEV1 measurements are a bit more robust in terms of repeatability. So that's why quite a lot of reliance is put on them. I mean, oxygen saturations are reasonable, but there are certainly a study we did, a little bit more variation between different oximeters and things like that. So, but you know, the broad ballpark will be correct. But that's why FEV1, I think the decline in FEV1 is the main sort of endpoint for a lot of studies. Any other questions? Or is tea calling? We've got...
It's the cake knife, apparently.
Oh. Right, well, thank you both very much. And, no, I'm all right.
I have been asked to remind people, if you haven't completed one of these membership forms, and you're willing to, if you could do that before you leave. And also, a couple of people have asked about standing orders. Please don't cancel those, but anything you've paid or are paying or about to pay to the old LAM Action will credit you, for the new LAM Action. So you won't be charged twice if you don't want to be. But it's going to take us a few weeks to get the new standing order forms out to people, because we have a few weeks to go to get the bank account set up and things like that for the new entity. Nothing is ever simple, unfortunately. But just hang in there with us, and thank you for that. I would like to thank all of our speakers today, especially Dr. McCormack, for traveling the thousands of miles that you did. It's been such a unique day to have all of these experts in one room together, so thank you very much. And, thanks to everyone else who helped make this day enjoyable. Jane Talents for the plants, the Mullins family for the raffle, Helen Sabin and Leanne Lillywhite Sutton for the cakes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the winning raffle numbers are going to be on the prizes out there, so make sure you take your prize home before you leave. Thank Naomi Johnson for all the setup and the cleanup and everything else today. Everybody who donated prizes and cakes and other things, thank you very much for that. David Mercer and Nick Hulley, thank you for being behind the headphones all day. And I have to, yes, and Jack and Libby, I was so close. Yeah, thank you guys too for the camera work. I think I'll double check when I look at this afterwards. But really, the hard work is just beginning, because the team will go back and edit down all these sessions and put them up on YouTube. So they have a lot more to do. I would especially like to thank Jan and Simon Johnson. This meeting consumes just an inordinate amount of time, and it really is the two of them who, think about what we should be talking about today, and they recruit the speakers and they organize the sessions. And Jan just really organizes every detail of this day, and it goes off without a hitch. She's not actually in the room right now, is she? See, there you go. Well, hopefully at this point next year, she's going to be sitting at home basking in the glow of retirement. So, but her absence is not going to be the only difference next year. We are going to change the location of our meeting because of some changes here at the university. So we're finalizing arrangements now for a venue that is actually outside of Nottingham. We're still going to have the meeting in June, but we'll send around to save the date as soon as we have all those details finalized. It's going to be an area that's easily accessible for everyone, and we have kind of this goal of actually maybe traveling our annual meeting around the country. So, people from different parts who aren't able to attend might be able to attend that way. So thank you very much for coming, and we will see you next year.